You just registered.
I'm with the bank. I just scanned the code now. I just scanned the code now. I've been registered for a long time.
My name is Lanre Ajayi. I'm the Executive Chairman of Digital Network Services, the convener of the Nigerian eGovernment Summit. The objective of the Nigerian eGovernment Summit is essentially to encourage governments at all levels, federal, states, local governments, to drive their processes with technology, to drive their service delivery with technology. That's the objective of the summit. The summit started some 6 years ago. This is the 6th edition, and we are glad that it's making some impact. The summit, we believe, has influenced some of the governments to take technology very seriously. But that is not to say that our objective is achieved, because there are still a whole lot of governments that are still doing their thing the manual way, particularly the local government. You rarely find any kind of e-government service at the local government. Even at the state level, most of the operations are still being done manually, except 1 or 2 states. Of course, we give it to Lagos State. Lagos State has been able to drive some of their services with technology. For example, I think their tax administration has been put online. Their transportation, they have a card they call carry card that users can use to pay for buses, taxis, rail. So that's a form of e-government. But there's still much more to do, and there are still many states that are doing next to nothing on e-government. So we keep on pushing, we keep on talking about it through summits like this. We believe that at the end of the day, there will be improvement in the way government delivers services to the citizens.
may have your seats, please. Help us welcome and celebrate for consistently holding on to the value that he has set for the Nigerian eGovernment Summit year after year. Help us welcome Larry Ajayi, Executive Chairman, these network services, who is convener for his welcome address. Let's do better.
Thank you, P. The Executive Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by Engineer Ibilola Kasumo, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, the DG Galaxy Backbone, who I believe is here, the DG of NIMC, Engineer Abisoye Koka Gishote, ably represented by Mr. Elias Okafor, very eminent personalities in the House, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the 6th edition of the Nigerian eGovernment. This is our 6th year of doing this summit. The summit has a very clear objective, which is to encourage government at all levels, federal, state, local governments, to drive their processes and service delivery with technology. That's our objective. And I think we are making some progress. We've seen some government departments really driving their services through technology. We've seen the Ministry of Interior putting their international passport application online. We've seen them introducing e-gates in some of their airports, even if I have not used the e-gates. It's correct that they have put e-gates in some of the airports. That's still technology driving service delivery. But not more has to be done. There, particularly at the state and local government level, there's next to nothing happening in the government in those areas, except for maybe one or two states. Maybe I could single out Lagos State, which seems to have put their tax administration online, and their transport system. We have a card we call Cowrie card, which people can use to board train, buses, ferry. That's technology driving services. But in other states and local governments, we find next to nothing. So we thought we should do something about that. So we invited some delegates from states to this summit, and they started arriving, and I believe more of them will arrive. Just for them to tell us what is happening in their state in respect of e-government, and to learn from experts like you, so that they can go back to their state and start implementing e-government. So, and in addition to that, from the previous summit we had, we got some feedback that in addition to this talk that we do every year, that there should be some action, that we should put up processes, actions that will enable some of these governments to drive their services with technology. So our company developed an e-government platform that we called OneGov. It's a platform that enables government, particularly local government and maybe states, to put their basic services online, to put all their forms online, so that people can come and fill forms to government online. You don't have to fill physical paper again. I mean, that's so boring. So, and to make payments to those governments online. So that's some of the steps we have taken. But that are just for basic services. The real deployment of other services will be provided by information technology companies. Most of them are here too. They have exhibition stand out there. So we encourage you to talk to them and see how you can benefit from their services. And some of the services that those companies will be rendering to government includes connectivity. To provide e-government, you need connectivity. You either connect by fiber, satellite, wireless. So some of our exhibitors will be very glad to provide those services. We have 9 mobile here in the exhibition hall. We have IPNX here in the exhibition hall. So if you are from any government department and you would like to obtain some connectivity, please talk to them at the exhibition hall. Software development. You can hardly do software without, do e-government without developing some kind of software. So we have in the exhibition hall software companies that will help you to achieve that will develop bespoke solutions for your e-government services. I believe we have a Signal Alliance there if you want to talk to them. Fintech. Some of the services delivered by government requires payment. So government will probably need to talk to the fintech companies so that they can integrate their services into your e-government delivery. And we have some of the fintech companies in the exhibition hall. We want also to talk to them. And very importantly, we need identification management. If you want to do e-government, you probably want to identify the people you are serving, and that could be done through identity management. We have NIMSI set up in the exhibition hall. If you want to talk to them so that you can integrate your e-government platform through API to their platform. For example, if you want to distribute palliative, you want to be sure that nobody takes the palliative more than once. And the only way that you can do that is through a unique identifier which NIMSI provides. So if you have on your e-government platform that is integrated to NIMSI, you may be able to achieve that so that people come to your platform, request for palliative. After taking the first palliative, they are not able to come again because there's a unique identifier. Also, in e-government, you will generate data during your e-government processes. You will need a data center that will put those data. So we also have data centers exhibiting here. There's open access data at the exhibition hall. We want to talk to them during the lunch break. Cybersecurity, yes, every good thing comes with a challenge. A major challenge of e-government is cyber security challenges. So you will need companies that will mitigate against those challenges. So you probably have to talk to a cybersecurity company that will help you provide an appropriate solution. And we have a cybersecurity company in the exhibition hall called Ethnos. So you may want to talk to them. So in addition to those top-rated companies, we have assembled very distinguished professionals in this hall to share their experience with us. As a matter of fact, as you can see from your event brochure there, we have 65 speakers for one day event. And I think that should go into Guinness Book of Records. So, we have 65 people that are talking to us today, so we have to manage our time very well. And we notice that we try to start right on time because we need to benefit from the experience of all those 65 professionals. So at this moment, I would just like to request that you sit back and enjoy the summit. Thank you very much.
When I was told I was going to accompany this year's event, while I was at Ekiti, I said, yeah, sure, this is what we've done for years. So I flew down, very excited. But this morning, when he told me there were going to be 65 speakers, I wanted to go back because I think I would need a lot of prayers right now. be able to, manage the time of the people. But you see, something stands out year after year for those who have always come for the summit. And that's the fact that you can tell of his passion. He wants things to be done ASAP. And year after year, he keeps going back to the, what they call it, to the drawing room, of what they call it in those days. Yeah, to drop, board, to make sure that things are getting better. And the way he assembled everyone here, you'll see that different niches, and for his sole purpose, to make sure that there's transformation in governance. If you listen to his address, he also talked about the fact that he worked on feedbacks. So it's not just about doing stuff year after year, but sitting down to say, hey, can we evaluate? Can we see what has to be done? What are the people saying? What should we do to get things better? He said we'll beat Lagos on that one government. It's one government, I mean. One government. I think we'll beat Lagos with that one. Please, I want to talk to you after that. I think it's something that would help us, hasten service delivery, and definitely cut out corruption and red tapeism and bureaucracy that's prevalent within the civil service structure. So, at this point, to start with, I'm looking at my time, and I will make sure I hope not everybody here when I do this.
The country director from Korea International Cooperation Agency, and I'll be just delivering a very short goodwill message on behalf of our country director. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the rest, good morning once again. On behalf of the Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, it is my distinct honor to extend warm greetings to all participants of the Nigeria eGovernment Summit 2024. And it is with great pleasure that we join you at this important forum as we collectively seek to address the theme, transforming governance with technology for improved economy. The theme of this summit resonates with KOICA's mission to leverage technology for sustainable development. Since 2013, KOICA has been a proud partner of the federal government of Nigeria in its journey to reform governance through technology. Our collaboration has resulted in significant milestones, including the development of the Nigeria eGovernment Master Plan to 2014, which was approved by the Federal Executive Council in 2018, ETC in Abuja, alongside capacity building initiatives that have empowered over 2,000 government officials locally and both internationally, speaks to the depth of our shared commitment. So today, KOICA is currently implementing a second phase project, grant aid funded, with a size of $13 million in the field of digital governance, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. These initiatives are vital steps towards strengthening the government's digital transformation and reinforcing transparency, efficiency, and accessibility in governance. For KOICA, actually we believe that by leveraging technology that we can drive not only improved governance, but also a more resilient and dynamic economy. So as we continue to support Nigeria's e-government aspirations, we are confident that the discussions at this summit will catalyze innovative strategies that will further propel Nigeria's economy towards sustainable growth. We so therefore look forward to having a productive and insightful summit. Thank you very much.
If you just permit me, I will stand on the already established protocols right now. So, I've known this kind of summit for some years now, and I think the convener is not, we we've been, will I say friends now, or partners now for several years. I've known him in this kind of industry for years, and also at the international level, ICANN. And he was also former directors at NERA also. So I just want to thank him for keeping these summits ongoing. So transforming governance with technology for improved economy. Well, I just want to reaffirm my commitment to the vision of continuous transformation in Nigeria. Digital economy. It is crucial that the government plays an active role in contributing to the progress. And this drives passion in leading Nigeria forward, and also our organization that I equally represent. So, and the world around us is evolving at a pace we could hardly imagine. Just a decade ago, technology has transformed every aspect of our lives, from how we communicate to how we work, and more importantly, how we govern. So in this era of digital transformation, it is crucial that government takes the lead in driving innovation to create more efficient, transparent, and inclusive governance structure. So that I want to equally emphasize the importance of digitizing governance, not just from the perspective of services it offers to its citizens, but also in its operational structure. So as citizens live increasingly digitized lives, it is imperative that governments themselves become active participants in this transformation. So this is not just a matter of convenience, but of necessity. So digitization must start with the government setting standards for technological advancement and creating an enabling environment for innovations. I also see part of the government people in the audience here that I know personally. I'm sure they're equally taking, equally approve of this. So studies and statistics reveal that when government takes proactive steps towards promoting digital innovation, economies grows, trust is built, and services improve. So a seamless digital interface between government and the people ensures faster, more transparent processes, eliminates inefficiencies, and ultimately drive economic growth. So example, in our national policy requiring all government agencies to be hosted on the .gov.ng domain. Like I mentioned, I represent there, that is the country's country code top level domain administrator. That's the registry, the .ng, anything .ng, so you equally relate with me. So this mandate not only establish a unified and trusted digital presence for government institutions, but also creates foundation for better cybersecurity, a key priorities in today's interconnected world. So the work of like our own organization, which manages the .ng domain, is instrumental in ensuring that the vision becomes reality. So at NERA, .ng domain represents every Nigerian online, serving as a digital identity that connects businesses, individuals, and government institutions to the rest of the world. So we are committed to ensuring that this valuable resource is leveraged to its full potential, as it plays a critical role in the growth of our digital economy. So one thing we must note as we embrace the digital future, we must also recognize that governance itself must evolve. The government must not only adopt technology, but become a champion of innovation, setting framework for the private sectors to drive, ensuring inclusive access to digital services and building trust with the citizen it serves. So in conclusion, transforming governance with technology is not just an option. It is a necessity for improving the economy and securing a prosperous future for all. So we at NIRA, we are committed to driving this change by promoting the digital economy and championing the use of the .ng domain, which has a crucial to this. Together, we can work towards a Nigeria where technology serves as the backbone of our governance and innovation drives our economy forward. So thank you very much, and I wish all a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Good morning. I know that this is the 6th edition of this great event, which is targeted to drive e-governance in Nigeria. And I want to say that the Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria, ATCOM, under the leadership of Engineer Tony Emakore, is happy to identify with the organizer of this event, who happened to be our former president. I've worked with him, and I know that he has what it takes to revolutionize Nigeria when it comes to applying technology to drive productivity, to drive innovation in Nigeria. Engineer Danatari, thank you very much. You have always been ahead of the curve. God bless you, sir. Talking about the team is apt. I think it's what we should be discussing now. I want to believe that we are not where we used to be in terms of technology. We may not have gotten there, but I want to believe that today we have data center, scattered around Nigeria, and as you know, what the Association of Telecommunications stands for is to drive connectivity. You see, without connectivity, we cannot have e-governance. And recently, we had a meeting with all the 36 state commissioners in Nigeria that are serving with responsibility of telecom and ICT. And the purpose of that meeting is to drive connectivity in their respective area. We want to believe that e-governance will be enthroned in all states of the Federation. I don't want to say much, but we will continue to ensure that all Nigerians have access to the internet. Thank you, and have a wonderful meeting.
In the host governor's address, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who is ably represented today by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Innovation, Engineer Ibilola Kasumo. A round of applause. As you do to the Governor, please, let's do a fantastic round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to specially recognize the convener, the executive chairman of GGServe Network Services, Engineer Larry Ajayi. And please permit me to stand on already well-established protocols. I'm here to represent the executive governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. So I will read his address to you today. I am honored to be part of this conversation on transforming governance using technology for an improved economy. This important gathering, the Nigeria eGovernment Summit 2024, aims to reaffirm our commitment to harnessing technology's potential to drive inclusive growth, enhance service delivery, and foster transparency. This summit now in its 6th edition, continues to serve as a crucial platform to discuss and drive forward the transformation of governance in Nigeria through technology. It is a testament to the forward-thinking approach that we as a nation are taking toward building a more transparent, efficient, and dynamic government. This year, the theme, Transforming Governance with Technology for Improved Economy, could not be more timely or pertinent. As we all know, Nigeria's economy has faced significant challenges over the years, and while many factors have contributed to this, the inefficient way government processes are conducted and the ineffective delivery of services to our citizens and businesses is key. This inefficiency hampers not only the public sector, but also the private sector, which is the engine that drives our economy. Technology, however, offers us an unprecedented opportunity to address these inefficiencies head-on. The adoption of e-government, where technology is seamlessly integrated into government processes and service delivery, has the potential to revolutionize governance in ways that can profoundly impact economic growth. Incorporating technology into governance brings with it many advantages that we cannot afford to ignore. First, it enhances the efficiency and cost-effectiveness of government service delivery. In a world where time and resources are precious, leveraging technology enables faster and more reliable service provision, reduces bureaucratic bottlenecks, and eliminates redundant processes. Citizens can access government services from the comfort of their homes, and businesses can interact with government agencies more easily, leading to increased productivity and economic activity. Second, e-government fosters transparency. By digitizing processes, we reduce the opacity that often clouds government transactions and activities, thereby minimizing opportunities for corruption. Transparency, in turn, builds trust between government and the people. A more transparent government is a more accountable government, and accountability is a cornerstone of good governance. Third, the integration of technology makes governance more inclusive. We can now reach more Nigerians across urban and rural areas, regardless of their physical location, by using digital platforms that bring government services closer to the people. This inclusivity is vital for ensuring that no one is left behind as we march forward in our quest for national development. The role of government in creating an enabling environment for the private sector cannot be overstated. The private sector thrives when government services are delivered efficiently. By improving how government interacts with businesses, we reduce the administrative burden on companies, cut down on delays, and create a more favorable business climate. This in turn drives investment, fosters innovation, and stimulates economic growth. With e-government, we are building the infrastructure that will support the private sector's role as the driver of the economy. As we inject technology into government service delivery, we will see a ripple effect across various industries, creating opportunities for increased productivity, employment, and wealth creation. I'm excited about the lineup for this year's summit. This year's summit promises to be a thrilling event with an impressive lineup of speakers and exhibitors. We're not just here to discuss e-government. We're diving deep into the practical steps and tools needed to make it a reality. Technology companies will showcase their latest solutions, government agencies will share their experiences, and international experts will offer valuable insights. This is a chance to connect, learn, and be inspired by the future of e-government. Let us be guided by the experiences of other countries that have successfully transformed their governance structures through technology. We can adapt these global practices to our unique Nigerian context, ensuring that our solutions are tailored to the needs of our people. It is important to recognize that we are not starting from scratch. From previous editions of the Nigerian e-Government Summit, we have had the privilege of hearing from some of the brightest minds in government, technology, and the private sector. We have seen innovative presentations, insightful panel discussions, and robust debates. We have also forged partnerships that continue to bear fruit today. Before I conclude, I'll just give a brief highlight. Now, I'm going out of Mr. Governor's speech. So I'll just give a brief overview of what we're trying to do in the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology to drive towards e-governance. Because e-governance is the end product that you see, but there's so many other moving parts in the engine room that will make e-governance a reality. Lagos State we have a Metro Fiber project where we're laying 6,000 kilometers of fiber duct, all around Lagos, so that it makes it cheaper for the ISPs to actually bring internet. Because we're talking about e-governance, but without access to internet, e-governance is not a reality. So in order to make it a reality, we're ensuring that it's not too expensive for our ISPs, the internet service providers, to actually go to the rural or underserved areas of Lagos State. Now, we have that project ongoing. I think we've laid about over 5,000 kilometers as we speak, and some of them are actually being used. This is also to forge and to ensure that we are connected. All our hospitals and schools are also benefit from this. Now, we also have, like the president said, unique identity is also another major factor of e-governance. Lagos State, we have the Lagos State Resident Registration Agency as well, LASRA, where we issue a unique identity card. So the card is not just for identity purposes, it also has the ability to host 28 different government services. So it has an applet, it's a payment card as well. You can use it to pay, you can use it to pay for transportation on any of our transport services as well. And then when we're talking about palliatives, benefiting from government services or accessing government services, it's also a unique way of identifying our citizens. We are interconnected with NIMSI, so all of this happens with us also validating your identity with NIMSI. We have Lagos State, we're trying to build a data center as well, or a tier 3 data center. We're in the process of doing that because some of our data cannot reside outside of the country. But we already have a data center, we're just building a bigger one. But we will still work with the private sector where we will have disaster recovery hosted outside of the government. So there's so many other things. Lagos State is the first state to have initiated and we inaugurated a cybersecurity council because we realized that if we're moving everything online, there's the risk of cyber attacks. So we've actually inaugurated a council made up of world-renowned cybersecurity experts that would come and advise. What they're meant to do is to look at what we have as a state today and advise us on what practice or what we can deploy to ensure the safety of our data. All of this as well, Lagos State, I think we have maybe the largest number of applications or that you would require citizens to actually log on to portals in order for them to access some of our services. So we're building an enterprise, we have an enterprise architecture project right now where we're trying to bring all our applications into one pot so that when you require services from Lagos State and you need to connect with other MDAs, you're trying to do business with the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Tech, but we require some identity in housing or we require from another MDA. You won't need to physically go there to get or to fill in anything. We would have an API where you can just, from the portal that you log into, you'll be able to access all your information residing in any other ministry that would enhance your, let's say what you're trying to do. We're trying to domesticate the Nigerian Startup Bill. So we have a bill right now that we're trying to, the innovation bill, because Lagos State being the startup capital of Nigeria, we're trying to domesticate that bill so that it works for all internal. So right now we're engaging internal and external stakeholders to see how we can make this work for Lagos State. Then finally, our website. the Lagos State website is going to be one where you have all our services easily accessible from the website. So even if you're outside the country and you want to visit Lagos State, you need certain information, you need to download, fill certain forms, you'll be able to do it from that single website, and will be integrated with every single thing or every single portal or MDA that you require to actually live conveniently in Lagos State. So in conclusion, I call on all stakeholders, government officials, private sector leaders, technology experts, and civil society to embrace the transformative power of technology and governance. The time for action is now. We must be bold in our vision and decisive in our actions. The success of e-government in Lagos, in Nigeria, is not just about improving governance. It is about laying the foundation for a more prosperous, inclusive, and dynamic economy. And where the economy thrives on the back of innovation and efficiency. I thank you for listening.
And I think, listening to her now, I remember Lagos State, the deputy governor of one. So it means that they have a record of what we've been doing here. And that speaks a lot about a governor or a government that is progressive, a government that, so ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause one more time. Lawrence is, where is a round of applause? Wow. I want to assure the companies that are here that you are in for big business. Just make sure that we make the right networks, move around, ask questions. You might be closing your first $1 billion deal here today. Recognize the MD and C backbone in terms of what is this? Access, connectivity, bandwidth, whatever. Prof sat beside me. I thought it was just a student who has come to check what's happening here. He looked so young, and that shows us the future covered with grace all over. Now you have young men who have ideas, and companies from Nigeria walked in. Even though when we wait that to hear from the horse's mouth, I did call you a horse though. Let's have Tony Emwepere, the largest.
For several years, and I think each year it keeps getting bigger and better. So I think I want to use this opportunity to just congratulate the convener of this event. It's a very timely event, and it's one that we are really passionate about as an association, because one of the easiest ways for us to ensure that our services are being accurately utilized is when we engage with government. The transformation, when we talk about digital transformation, the easiest and the quickest point to start from is actually government. When government services are fully digitized, then obviously every other thing will follow suit. Even this internet that we talk about today was actually started by a government agency in the US, and as such, government has a critical role to play in development of digital services and digital transformation. So this is really an event that we don't take lightly, and we implore all industry players to ensure that they take full advantage of this event. Like I said, over the years, it's growing bigger and bigger, and from the representation here, we can tell that this will be a very successful event. So we at ACON are fully supportive of this event, and definitely our former president has been doing this for several years. And we wish all of you a very successful event, and we look forward to all the outcomes of this event. Thank you very much.
Identity Management Commission, Engineer Mr. Ikuka, who is represented by Mr. Elias Okafor to do his keynote address. Let's do it again.
Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to stand before you today in the esteemed and Nigerian eGovernment Summit 2024, where the convergence of government, technology, and economy is placed at the forefront of our nation's progress. I want to express my deep appreciation to our organizers for the opportunity to share insights on how technology, innovation, and particularly in identity management are reshaping governance and driving economy. There has never been a time when our debate for today, transforming governance with technology for an improved economy, has been more relevant than now under the administration of our indefatigable President and of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, as every sector of the economy is empowered to cross the intersection of governance, technology, and economic development. In today's world, governance is evolving at an unprecedented pace. No longer is it sufficient to maintain the status quo. Rather, government must leverage technology to create systems that are efficient, inclusive, transparent, also trusted. Digital governance is the linchpin for achieving improved service delivery, citizen engagement, and economic growth. We understand that identity management is fundamental to unlocking the potential of digital services, ensuring security, trust, and inclusivity in the ecosystem. At the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, our mission is clearly defined to provide a robust, secure, and inclusive digital identity infrastructure that supports the modernization of governance and the empowerment of Nigeria's economy. Allow me to highlight some of the key strides NIMC has made towards transforming governance through technology. The NIM, which is one of the first key in our first products we have, the introduction of the national identity number as the cornerstone of identity management in Nigeria, has been one of our most impactful initiatives. By ensuring that every Nigerian and legal resident is uniquely identified, we are laying the foundation for transparent governance and efficient service delivery. The NIM is now a requirement across various sectors, from banking to telecommunications, and it enables both public and private institutions to authenticate individuals securely and efficiently. Today, over 110 million Nigerians have been enrolled into the National Identity Management Database, marking a significant shift towards achieving universal identity coverage. The database not only enhances national security, but also boosts financial inclusion by facilitating easier access to services for millions of citizens. In terms of harmonization and integration, one of our most ambitious projects has been the harmonization of disparate and solo identity database across government agencies. That brings me to what the Lagos State representative talked about, connecting the MDAs. We have been on a solo project for a long time, and the National Identity Management Service has come a long way trying to harmonize all. Now, all the solo identities we have can now be joined. Instead of going back to recapture them one by one, we can join them by partnering with NIMS, like it is doing. Corps, Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, National Health Insurance Authority, Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, National Pension Commission, National Youth Service Corps, to mention a few. We have integrated identity verification to a wide array of services, enabling seamless interaction between government and citizens. The harmonization and integration framework is also being used for social intervention programs and healthcare services, ensuring that resources are distributed equitably and transparently. Another area we have come a long way is the e-card. The e-card on its own was jettisoned after some time, but in the ID4A in South Africa, a consensus was made that in as much as we want to jump the technology development to digital services, it becomes obvious that you cannot serve your customer what he or she does not want. It becomes obvious that in as much as we are talking about digital technology, that Nigerians will still ask you, where is my card at the end of the day? So we have tried to look back and serve Nigerians what they want, while still implementing some level of digitization on it. So the card is coming back and will soon be launched to cover all aspects of services that will give us a one-stop shop for applicants, enabling them to manage their NIN records efficiently and do other things they want to do. Then the next aspect of our endeavor into technology has to do with the self-serve. The self-serve on its own, the self-serve has given Nigerians the need to be able to manage their data themselves. You want to do modification, you can be able to handle it yourself. This enhancement provides a one-stop shop for applicants, enabling them to manage their NIN records efficiently. And enroller has the ability to effect modification of his or her records from the comfort of their homes using their handheld devices. Date of birth, address, name, etc. can be modified using the NIMSI self-serve solution. Talented workforce driving this innovation. At NIMSI, we have invested heavily in capacity building, ensuring that our staff are equipped with the latest knowledge. This commitment to human capital development extends beyond our organization as we actively collaborate with industry experts to share knowledge and best practice. Now let's look at the impact impact and economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the intersection of identity management growth. Through the NIN, we are reducing fraud, enhancing service delivery, and ensuring that citizens can access public services seamlessly. This efficiency trickles down to the economy with improved tax collection. The digital identity infrastructure has opened doors for the fintech industry, allowing for faster, more secure onboarding of customers. It is facilitating the growth of e-commerce, improving access to credit for small business, and support the central bank's drive towards a cashless economy. Under His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, strategic initiatives like the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund and the Trade and Tech Talents Program highlights to a strong commitment to youth empowerment and economic development. The success of these programs depends significantly on robust identity management. NIMSI is actively working to increase the rate of daily NIN enrollment and expand database capacity to meet the growing demands. Looking ahead, the future of the governance in the digital era, as we look for the future, our goals is to continue leveraging technology to transform governance at every level. Our vision is to achieve full digital identity coverage for all Nigerians and residents by 2030. Ensuring that no one is left behind in the digital economy. We are also exploring new frontiers, such as the use of blockchain technology for secure identity verification and artificial intelligence to ensure data analytics for governance. In conclusion, the work we are doing at NIMSI is not just about managing identity. It is about driving the transformation of governance, fostering transparency, and improving the economic prospects of our great nation. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders to embrace these innovatives, support the widespread adoption, and work collaboratively towards building a Nigeria where technology is the foundation of governance and economic prosperity. Thank you all.
Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Computer Society. My president will have been here. He sent an apology for not being able to come. The person of Dr. Mohammed Ali Suraj. We really appreciate what the convener of this program is doing, and we also part of the program. So I would like to just tell us briefly what is some of us that doesn't know us about Nigerian Computer Society. Nigerian Computer Society is the umbrella of organizations of all information technology professionals, interest groups, and stakeholders in Nigeria. It was formed in 1978 as NACOS, so it's over 2 decades now that we have been in existence. We have experts in technologies, IT professionals that are members. Some of us are here, and we are proud of you. So the convener of this program, we really appreciate you as a Nigerian Computer Society members, and we want to patronize with you. We appreciate you for the program. eGovernment is not an easy thing to organize this kind of programs. So we as a Nigerian Computer Society, we have a lineup of programs that we also do. we have a lot. To be a member, you are free to be a member. So just work with me, I will tell you what to do. And as part of our work, we are doing advocacy for like these programs as we are doing it. We're going to hear it, we're going to publicize it, we're going to advocate it to all the necessary appropriate quarters. So, in short, I just appreciate you. Thank you for even calling us, inviting us for this wonderful program. Thank you very much.
Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Galaxy Backbone Limited, Professor Ibrahim Adeyoju. I will do better than that, please.
Representative of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the convener for the invitation, colleagues from, the President of ATCON, Alton, NIRA. Now, not, is Koika represented here? Koika?
Yes, the President.
Oh, okay. And my colleagues from different ministries, NIMSI, NDPA, NITSDA, and my friend from African Data Center, Krish. It's good to see you again. And our colleagues in the private sector, members of the fourth realm, ladies and gentlemen. Before my speech, I think it's important to say one or two things about e-government, or about government. I thought it's important to, because there is a bit of focus on the federal government as being, yes, of course, it's the biggest, and has been, it's like 90 or 99% focus is on the federal government. But I think we need to understand government in different perspectives, isn't it? We can either look at it from, even if you look at the federal, you have three arms of the government. There is the executive, there is the National Assembly and or legislature, and there is the judiciary. And for e-government to work, I think not just the executive needs to play a part, the judiciary and the legislature also need to play their part. If you come to the different levels, the federal government is doing a lot, but we also need a lot of the states and the local governments to play their part. I think that's very important for e-government to work. And then now going to the private sector, because the private sector are the biggest players. Even coming from the government, we know the government cannot do everything on its own. So we require that partnership with the private sector for e-governance to work. So having established the protocol, permit me to quickly go through the speech. I'm delighted to be invited by DigiServe Network Services Limited to the annual Nigerian e-Government Summit 2024, the 6th in the series, and most importantly, pleased to be in the midst of technology service providers, agencies of government, as well as international experts, deliberating on the theme, transforming governance with technology for improved economy, to promote e-government and share strategies for effective deployment and enable the government to leverage technology to make governance easily available and productive, among other benefits. No doubt, the e-Government Summit has become a pivotal program that brings together government officials, industry experts, and international experts to share knowledge, best practices in e-government, thereby providing a platform to share perspectives and develop a roadmap to promote e-government. The theme, or the theme's primary focus, demonstrates Nigeria's resolve and motivation to make a critical advancement in its quest for digital transformation, as well as a calculated stride ahead. So I must mention COICA because when I came into government, I think we had a meeting with COICA, and you'll be surprised that COICA has been funding our international partner to eGovernment since 2013. I think that's very important to note. They've funded a lot of programs under e-governance. But what are the issues? I remember when I came in and I was asking, yes, we started with, as you move from one government to the other, each government has their own idea. And I think what's missing is that integration across, as you move from one government to the other, to ensure that you don't just come and throw away what every other person has done, just because you want to start your own. I think that's very important to note. The integration of technology in governance has proven to be a game changer, offering transparency, efficiency, and accountability that were once unimaginable. We are not just automating processes, we are redefining how government operates, interact, and serve their citizens. Through smart governance, digital platforms, and innovative data-driven solutions, we are witnessing an era where public services are more accessible, decision-making is more informed, and our economies are poised for exponential growth. This transformation is not just about adopting new tools. It is about fostering a culture of innovation that empowers communities, strengthens our economic resilience. Nigeria has made significant strides in digital transformation of government services, and I want to mention a few of these. A prime example is the Government Service Portal developed under the eGovernment Master Plan 2.0. The Government Service Portal aims to integrate services across federal MPAs into a secure, unified platform, simplifying citizens' access and enabling data-driven decision-making. The first phase, scheduled for completion by December 2024, will integrate over 20 services from about 12 federal MPAs, establishing a solid foundation for broader expansion. I heard the representative of the Lagos State government saying they're doing similarly at the state level. So if federal is doing it, states are doing it, and hopefully local governments are doing it, then we can have a more comprehensive and resilient e-government. So as you may be aware, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, released the draft of the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill 2024 that represents a strategic move in Nigeria's digital transformation journey. Major key areas of this bill include validity of e-transactions, validity of e-contracts, validity of e-signatures, timestamps, digital government and infrastructure, consumer protection online, digital trade and investment. The bill aims to drive economic growth through digital technology, improve public service delivery, and create a competitive environment for the Nigeria digital economy. It also seeks to create an export-oriented capabilities or capacities in Nigeria's digital economy, support international digital trade and investments, and provide a legal framework for these activities. This effort also align particularly with, in the context of regional integration with the Digital Trade Protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which aims to streamline digital trade across African nations, removing barriers and harmonizing policies to facilitate cross-border e-commerce and digital transactions. Furthermore, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, also launched a program called Dev in Govs, which Galaxy is participating, to improve the use of technology in the Nigerian civil service. Galaxy Backbone, as co-sponsors of this new initiative, has the objective of enhancing the use of technology to grow the Nigerian economy, as well as facilitate digital governance. and enable economic processes by improving the certainty of digital transactions and digital service delivery. The community of experts within the civil service or community of technologists and tech enthusiasts in ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government have also been charged to deepen the concept of DPI. Now, DPI is another initiative of the minister. DPI has three main components. It has the digital identity from NIMSI, it has the digital payments, and then the third one is the what we call the data exchange, GDX, which is very important, and Galaxy is working on that. So the DPI as a catalyst for transforming the Nigerian civil service into a world-class institution and improve government services to the people. Now let me come home to Galaxy. At Galaxy, we see ourselves as an enabler, a platform, and an integrator of digital services across the nation. Our purpose is for digital inclusion in Nigeria with a vision of extending these particular services, hopefully, to the shores of Africa outside Nigeria. It is with great optimism that I address the transformative journey we are undertaking in governance through the power of technology. Central to our digital strategy is the One Government Cloud initiative led by Galaxy Backbone. This initiative provides a unified platform for automating workflows, enhancing communication, and securing government data. The scalable and secure cloud services we offer empowers MDAs to operate more efficiently and transparently. Now, the idea behind the One Government Cloud is to, as much as possible, have a platform, hopefully that will be vendor agnostic. As at Galaxy Backbone, yes, we have a mandate to provide digital services to all federal MDAs, but we are also aware that we cannot cover all this. And therefore, if you have a platform wherein, to some extent, because government has given us that infrastructure, we can have different vendors come onto the platform to provide that particular service or different services to different MDAs. We think that's a good idea. Our commitment to cybersecurity is equally crucial. We have partnership with different cybersecurity companies, and our current trend is to try and upgrade our cybersecurity operations center into a state of, it's not a state of the art, but we're looking at providing services related to SOC as a service and even the public key infrastructure. So we are working with companies like Accendit, we are working with Fortinet, we are working with Palo Alto, and these are some of the vendors internationally that are very good with cyber, safeguard government data and ensure digital sovereignty. This initiative positions Nigeria as a leader in cybersecurity across Africa, protecting our digital assets and maintaining our service integrity. New cybersecurity is becoming very important today, and I'm not sure how many of us are aware of what happened in Lebanon recently with the pagers and all that. And there are different stories about it. Was it remotely? Was it something related to cybersecurity? But we all carry some form of phones with batteries along. And how sure are we that some hackers will not use that to cause more havoc to us? So these are very important things that we need to look at. Now, public-private partnerships are vital to our digital transformation. We have partnership with different private entities. So for example, we are collaborating with 21st Century to bring in over 10,000 GPUs to enhance our AI infrastructure in Nigeria. We have several other PPPs, and we are open to collaboration with the private sector to foster innovation, create jobs, and enhance service quality. we understand. Let me go straight to the issue of the infrastructure. Now, Galaxy Backbone is an infrastructure company of the federal government. We are proud to control over 5,000 kilometers of fiber backbone across about 30 states. Yes, 13 states in the south and 17 states in the north. We have 2 data centers. One in Abuja, it's a 3 data center, and we have a tier 4 data center in Kano. We have our network operating center, which is state of the art, and we also have our cybersecurity operating center, which is also state of the art. And these are huge investments by the federal government to serve as foundation for e-government, right? To serve as foundation for e-government. But since we came in as a new management, one of the problems we observe is, yes, it's good to have, it's like having a highway. If you have a trunk A road without trunk B and trunk C, then the highway leads nowhere. So we have this fiber backbone across close to 30 states, but the last mile needs to be done. And that's why we need the involvement of the private sector. That's why we need the involvement of the states and the local government to pick up the slack. Because the federal government cannot be the metro in every state. It's just impossible. The federal government cannot be the metro in every local government. So if the federal government is able to build a backbone, we need the private sector, we need the states, local government to also push and connect to this backbone so that we can have a connected Nigeria. And we have been NTPR compliance for several years in terms of protecting the data. So we are well positioned to support government policy on enhancing broadband penetration, reducing the cost of governance through the promotion of e-government initiatives, uplifting the capabilities of public servants for efficiency and productivity, as well as promoting collaboration with public and private sector stakeholders within the digital ecosystem. I think it's important at this 25 that talks about digital transformation and a few other things. But how far have we gone in getting some of these things done? So in the wisdom of the new head of service, he brought a few agencies together with permanent secretaries from the civil service to try and actually move things forward. And that's the whole idea of the war room, which was just inaugurated yesterday, to ensure that e-government is actually a reality, not just a buzzword. In conclusion, with the continuous growth in the ecosystem, improved digital infrastructure, and a supportive regulatory environment, businesses can leverage digital tools to enhance operation and reach new markets within and outside Nigeria. Additionally, individuals stand to benefit from improved access to digital.
The Director General of Data, Kashifu Yoma, CCIE, is unavoidable. Due to other national assignments, he's not here, and he sent his apologies. We were able to have a keynote address, which we had already sent as well. But I think I will just talk briefly on what the contents of that is. So we've all heard various benefits e-governance brings to government, agencies, the private sector, as well as the citizens. When reviewing e-government, we can find that there are actually 3 key players. The government on one side, the citizens on the other side, as well as the private sector. These 3 key components work together to be able to deliver on whatever e-government services that we can deliver. The government takes care of policy, regulation, coordination, some kind of infrastructure as well, which Galaxy Backbone holds for us. And the government ensures that all these pieces are put together and effectively coordinated to be able to deliver on the e-governance. Now, the private sector holds prime in the area of should hold prime in the area of innovation, development of software, and other issues that keep this the engine flowing. Now the citizens are on the other side. They benefit from the actual services that are delivered. But if these three key components are not coordinated properly, then we have issues with delivery. The coordination is key. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we find that the government has taken a bold step, very bold step, to ensure that government services are delivered using technology and efficiently so. Mr. President, Ahmed Bola Tinubu has come up with the renewed hope agenda. It's important to note that Pillar 8 of that renewed hope agenda addresses e-governance and delivery of effective services to Nigerian citizens. Then, our minister, Dr. Tijani Bosu, came up with his own blueprint on, cascading the hopes of Mr. President, how he will implement that. And there we also have what each of those agencies under the ministry should perform, what they should perform. And I think his blueprint has 5 pillars. Pillar 3 and 4 address infrastructure and service delivery. That is now trickled down to NIDA. We have 8 pillars addressing literacy, addressing policy delivery, addressing infrastructure, addressing collaboration and partnerships and all that. So all these are meant to ensure that what the desires of Mr. President are carried to the letter. So that's what we stand to do. Now, we've run this e-governance thing for a long time. We recognize, and as most of our speakers have said too, and the Quaker is here, we recognize the inputs and effective partnership fostered with Quaker. And the most important one of that is the eGovernment master plan. The master plan has been running for some time, for a few years now, and we've just transited to the second phase. Now, how far have we gone? This event is tested by a UN index. That UN index places Nigeria on number 140 out of 193 countries under the UN scope. That number is not good enough as far as Nigeria is concerned. With our mind, with our capacity, human intellect, and everything, that number is not good enough. And I will urge this gathering to ensure that we should leapfrog a good number of those countries that are between us and those that lead the eGovernment development index. How can we do that? That index looks at 3 key components. The OSI, that's the Online Services Index, as well as the Technology Infrastructure Index. We have industry people here, infrastructure people here as well. And then the Human Capital Index. These 3 indexes are put together, normalized, and then averaged to give our position on that list. Out of these 3, it is difficult for us to probably identify, forge faster in the areas of Human Capital Index, which looks at maybe primary school, socioeconomic index and all that. That is going to be a little bit difficult because of our literacy level as a country, even though we have very sound minds and intellectually capable people. The numbers are not so much in our favor in that area. As well as infrastructure, Nigeria is a very vast country. We just said what the MD Galaxy Babun has told us. I mean, 30 states covered this far. We have 6 more. He talked about the Trump B connectivity. It's very huge investments required in those areas. And as we know, the private sector would hardly uptake investing in areas that they won't make profit out of. And so if that's the case, then how will we address those gaps? Because without effective connectivity, e-governance would not achieve much. So, in the process of this, we looked at a few countries who had done very well in the area of e-governance. How did they do that? We need to learn from what they did. So how did they do that? I think Koika is here from Korea. We looked at the Korea issue, and the government had uptaken very strategic investments in providing next generation infrastructure at the time, long time ago, and they've been consistent in all that. Implying that if we are able to be that consistent and determined to deliver on each of those components, then we'll be able to make progress. So, moving away from that, the only other area is that research has provided insights into what makes us deliver so little, or what the pitfalls are, the challenges, what they are in delivering on e-governance. Now, this research has shown that sometimes our vision for a particular policy or activity is kind of blurred, not too precise. Sometimes the implementation strategy is disjoint. This government will take it to a particular extent, break, another one comes, and will not start from there. You know, these kind of start-stop kind of things affect the implementation of e-governance. So what we learn from that? Can we reorganize ourselves most effectively to look at those challenges others have faced and some have progressed over? How can we apply them in our own system? 3 key issues are there. For us to be effectively focused and pursue this, some countries have done it and they've progressed very well. For instance, in Denmark, the Danish people set up a special focal agency for driving e-governance. And that one brings in common infrastructure, common architecture for virtually every region and county in that country. Can we also do that? Giving same direction, same vision, and even funding it together. That's what's done in Denmark. Today, Denmark is #1 on that index. Now, we don't have the luxury they have, because they are sometimes small countries. They've been investing in it consistently over time. So the gap remaining to be filled is usually smaller, and they have technology advancement behind them. So one key thing is we can progress effectively, ensuring that e-government services are provided to us. I don't want to touch.
Those minutes, like, is a mind of ideas, is an encyclopedia of the entire process, and we're proud of you. Thank you. Okay, so there they are, ladies and gentlemen. Give them all a round of applause. So what we want to do now is to find out if any of us has a question or a comment based on what you heard from any of them, or you want any of them to maybe make a little clarification on what they said that you're clear about. I know a lot of hands are already up, but I am constrained. I'll only take two. I'm sorry. I'll take a man and a woman. You want more people? They have to pay me. Okay. I'll start from this.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adetokunbo Unikosi. I'm a lawyer. I work for the firm of AOC Attorneys. We are an integrated business and technology law practice. We've been working in the legal and regulatory space of technology since inception of the new entrance in 2001. I'll quickly, just indulge me for a moment, I'll quickly lay a foundation for what has been happening since 2001. No, I will compress it. No problem. Let's not interrupt the process. You are taking my time already. Now, in 2001, we launched the new entrance of GSM with $285 million. Fast forward to 2003, there was no law, no legal framework. So I'm just trying to paint a picture of the marriage that is very important between law and technology. So we came up with the Nigerian Communications Act in 2003 and solved that problem. Far down in 2004, I was on the balcony of NIDA, consulting for NIDA, with Mr. Larry Ajayi, Dr. Ekuem, and myself. And that was the first time I heard the mention of e-government in this country. 20 years later, we are in 2024 now. We are still deliberating on these issues. We need to fast forward, leapfrog, and move fast. We have all the tools necessary to take us to where we need to be. We may be constrained by finances. I hear the Broadband Forum says that Africa, with a population of 1.1 billion, needs about $100 billion to reach that number of people. So we should be getting ready, like the Boy Scouts. Be prepared. I guess that's why we are organizing this kind of forum. Now, fast forward to 2020, when we had COVID. In the judicial sector, we had a major problem with virtual court proceedings. It was not constitutionalized. So the NJC, the National Judicial Council, had to put up guidelines, but there were too many legal issues to deal with at the time. But I guess all that has been resolved now. There was a bill put forward to the National Assembly by Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, and then we've been able to move forward. So the crux of all this discussion, of all these issues I'm raising, is the importance. We cannot overemphasize a legal framework for the things we do in technology. That's the best practice all over the world. Now, PEBEC is an example of something that government is doing now. It was facilitated under President Buhari's administration. It's called the Business Facilitation Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2022. And it provided reforms for all the MDAs to compress how you get your permits, your licenses, especially for foreign direct investors. So that's just basically what we need now, in conclusion, is a working group to develop a technical policy framework for e-government and also an enabling act for the National Assembly. History is to a people what memory is to the individual. A people without a knowledge of their past will grow blindly into the future without guideposts or precedents to shape their course. I thank you.
That was another lecture by the erudite lawyer. Please, I want to change that trajectory. If you are coming, just a question. No lecture, nothing.
Joseph Abiodun. I'm a managing partner at Topic Consult. Mine is not a question for the government. For the way forward, because this is the way forward that Nigeria needs, e-government have already come to stay and it has stayed. Thank you.
No clapping. A question, please. Yes.
My name is Paul Ebo. I work with University of Lagos. My question goes to the MD Galaxy Backbone. When you were speaking, you said that you have data center in Kano and in Abuja. So that is in the north. So I want to know why there is no data center in the south. That's my question.
Question. Where should I start from? Well, I think digital inclusivity is very important, and it's very important to the federal government. Now, when you say I think the truth is I came in February 2024 as MD, but the understanding is that the infrastructure the federal government is building is for inclusivity. Now, when you say, what do we have in the south? I'm sure Krish can answer that question. Where are your data centers, Krish? They are where? I know you can answer, just they are where? Lagos, right? Lagos. So the distribution of data centers was not even across Nigeria. And that was why, in the wisdom of the federal government, of course I wasn't part of that decision, but my understanding was the decision to make of the federal government to build those data centers in the north was for digital inclusion. I think that's the simple answer. Because all the other data centers from the private sector was in the south to a very large extent. Thank you.
Any other conclusion?
I want to speak to the comments that were made as regards to e-government and enacting policies, legal frameworks and the likes. You know, the thing is, one thing we also need to realize is that technology is evolving. And even today, whether we like it or not, if the government doesn't adopt, they will be left behind. That is just a fact. For example, we communicate via emails. Okay? If you don't have an email address, you can't communicate. It's not something that a policy will stop or it creates. So I think what we need to do is what this kind of program is doing, engaging, ensuring that there's more engagement with government so that the understanding and the requirements will be there. Already, there's no government that doesn't have one form of mini data center or the other. Even state governments, and I know there are several people here who are involved in engaging with different states to grow. The speech from the representative of Lagos State was very apt in showing what already state governments are doing in this regard. So I think what we should be thinking about as an industry, okay, is how do we further ensure that we deepen those services to government. Frameworks always come on the back of execution. Sometimes if you design a framework before you execute, you will miss so many things. So once you fully execute, you fully deploy, of course the framework will naturally take its course. So I would like to implore the gentleman, I know he gave us a very brief history of the liberalization of the sector. This has been happening even right before even the GSM liberalization occurred. But I think what we should be thinking about is, look, engage. The MD of Galaxy Backbone here mentioned that the fact that we should not only look at the federal government as well. State governments need e-governments. Local governments now have been empowered by law. They have a budget. They have funds coming directly to them. How will they deliver services at the local level? What are the kind of e-government services they require? If you put a framework now, would it take care of them? Have we engaged them enough to know how they can deploy services at the local government level? Things like levies, permits, must they be paid by cash? You know, there are so many things we can do in this area. So I think forums like this are where we can rub minds, engage, ensure that we put the knowledge out there and drive the initiative towards government. That's my comment, if anybody wants to add.
You guys okay? Let's give them a round of applause. A question?
Yeah. IT sector, and I've been fortunate enough to have these challenges when it comes to fintech, when it comes to improving the technology or improving the economy using digital goods and services online. Now, this is putting in the body of the user, the end user or the consumer. So, looking at responding to this question as a consumer from your own hand, service delivery, 1, my protection as a consumer, 2, blockchain mentioned by NIPSI, 3, promoting local content within the structure. When I say promoting local content using within the structure, I mean using like .ng domain name, considering local software. How do you integrate all of this with all other MDAs in government? Because like we said, the internet was created by a government institution. And if you are able to pay, like the last speaker said, from my local government, I can pay my dues by sitting in my house. I can also purchase something from any market online. I can pay or consider to pay tax. We spoke about this 3 years ago in January. Tax. I can pay my tax seamlessly without having to go and look for a lawyer. I can be in the UK wanting to come to Nigeria. I want to pay for all those services and they are all integrated into one box, into a one-stop shop. Is it possible? Is it doable across the board? Thank you.
Taking, data, my personal data. You have the banks, you have for my passport, you have for telcos. Why is it impossible for intra-departmental cooperation for anyone, anywhere to have the same single access code from NIPSI for every other thing? I remember some times ago, I think it was 2007, my first trip outside to America, just my thumbprint, anywhere I went, they knew who I was. Why is this impossible in Nigeria? Why must everybody have their own? That's
the question. I think I mentioned something during my keynote speech, and that was about the GSP, right? That's the Government Service Portal. Now, the Government Service Portal is expected to bring a lot of MDAs together on the same platform. We're starting with about 12 MDAs, and it's supposed to be a one-stop shop wherein citizens can go and be able to use federal digital services. Now, we need to understand the nuances between the different levels of governance. The federal government cannot impose its portal on the state government, right? So federal government can only do that for federal government services. I think it would be nearly impossible to get local government services or state services on the same portal with the federal government. But I can assure you that the federal government is doing something on that. The GTX as well, that's the government data exchange, will ensure that some of the legacy systems we have are interoperable. They will be able to communicate together, and we can have a seamless communication between government agencies, irrespective of the vendor or the technology they are using. So the government is working on some of these things, and hopefully in the next few months we'll start seeing the results. But like I said, the state government also needs to pick up their slack, as well as the local government. When it comes to local government, it's even easier for the state government to coordinate local governments, to have maybe services, for example, because they can say, all the services across the 20 local governments and others can have a single portal within the states. That's for the state, but the federal government cannot do that for all 774 local governments.
Okay. Thank you once more. Where's my gentleman? Where is it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the example you gave is exactly the reason for e-governance. As at today, there is no reason any organization, be it private or public, we say they are not able to integrate because NIMSI has already laid the foundation for that data exchange. The internet, as we say, may not be available everywhere, but where it is available, are they using it? Why are they not able to interconnect? In all the states of this federation, I am sure the state capitals, there must be network. All things being equal, there must be. And in some local governments that are proactive, they always have network. We have centers in almost 774 local governments where we do our enrollment. And we use network to do it. We don't do it by hand. We use network to do it. We don't capture news data and carry it by road to go and deliver. No. So there's no organization can tell me why they are not doing that, apart from refusing to do what they are supposed to do. The government has already made it clear that all agencies should integrate with NIMSI. So anybody claiming ownership of data, want to keep the data to themselves to become autonomous, is only going to be left behind. The harmonization project the government has declared that we should do, we are already doing it. So let me give you my experience of recent. I decided to open an account and I said, I'm not going to any bank to do it. I will do it from my office. I tried one of the first banks I picked. It got to a point when any document that I should load, I try to load it, it will not go. It will tell me wrong format. I start looking, is it the size? What other format do they need? I cannot have a headway. I dropped that bank. I picked another one. Then I picked Zenith Bank. I did everything. Got to where he asked me to put my BVN. I put my BVN. He said, I want to verify me. If I should use my computer camera. I said, go ahead. I gave permission. The camera came up. I was snapped. And it came up and gave me all my details as I have it, confirming that it had verified me to go ahead and open the account. I opened the account, do everything. He said I should load some documents. It demanded. I prepared those documents and loaded. They went. Now it came back again for me to open the account. I created my password and everything. I said, okay, to know if this account is really okay, let me transfer some money. I said, you not put too much money. It gets their hand. So I transferred 5,000 naira. It received it. I said, okay, can I withdraw from it? I tried to withdraw. Let me log in. I logged in with my password. It came to asking me to register that device. That is where I had issue. But for me to register the device, I need my ATM card. They have not issued me ATM card. So I said, okay, I need to go to their office. When I go to their office and ask for the ATM card, they said, okay, the document I uploaded has not been approved by their head office. That I should come back in 2 days' time or so. Or they will call me. I said, okay, I left. For the past 2 weeks now, no response. So I said, when I have time, I will go and pursue them. But you see, that is the first thing here is that they have succeeded in integrating a loan as a bank. They were able to see my data to render the service to a point. What remains is just a minor thing to complete the process. Other agencies have the opportunity to leverage on what we have on ground. So the DPI, as Galaxy mentioned, though not 100% in the whole Nigeria for everybody to use it, but at least more than 80% of Nigerians can use it to get the service done. So why are we not using it? So let them stop hiding under government or whatever. Let's blame the institutions direct. If it is NIMSI, blame NIMSI. You are supposed to do this. The NIS, you go there to go for your passport, they check it and they will tell you your name. So they have integrated. NHIS, the same. Most people are integrated. There's no excuse anywhere. So don't try to listen to anybody giving you excuse. Thank you.
Becoming very interesting. I think we've had and experienced people who have tried to use these digital services and had problems. And we also have heard reports about the need for a legal framework. When I gave my little brief, I talked about how the countries at the pinnacle tackled theirs. I think we can do that as well. Now, I referred to Korea. I happen to be an alumnus from the Seoul National University. And while I was there, I had the experience firsthand of digital service delivery to citizens, both nationals and residents as well. Now, for every single major legal requirement of e-governance, they did an act of parliament. I mentioned it when I was speaking. We can as well do that. That gives the legal framework we require for everybody to sue if you are infringed, if your rights are infringed upon, or if you are delayed for some reason that's not yours due to somebody else's inefficiency. That gives that grounds for that. This far, we've done so much. Neither, particularly, the regulator of the IT space in the area of interoperability. We have Nigeria e-governance interoperability framework. We also have the Nigerian government enterprise architecture, which Quaker and us are driving using the national e-government master plan. So all these things are on ground. But most times, the formulation process requires that we use our rule-making process. But that rule-making process is not far-reaching enough. We publish for input from interested parties, but they hardly do contribute. Now, even in the case of the National Assembly, they say, okay, come for public hearing. Not many people will go. Now we'll be at the background and say, this one is not working, the other one is not working. But when the opportunity is open for us to go and contribute, we won't do that. So I think a lot of blame even goes back to us too. But as they mentioned here, my friend here mentioned here, sometimes these things, you experience it before you can formulate frameworks for it. So that beforehand, you know the hitches, you know where the hiccups are, and you know where the challenges are before you do that. So if we choose to deliberately, okay, appoint focal agencies to drive this issue of this one playing this part, the other one playing this part, everybody has some degree of autonomy. So it will be a thing of the past, I think. And to round it up, we require citizens' participation. Now, I refer to the HCI that I talked about, Human Capital Index. Nigeria, we are a vast country. Our population will not even know precisely. Now, if we expect almost everybody to partake of digital services, we need effective digital literacy programs to be run. Now, our ministry, the 3MTT that I think NIMSI and then the Galaxy People talked about, is talking about technical talent that we can build, that we can export. We have the capacity, we have the internet. Now, NIDA is looking at digital literacy for all, meaning that we can reach out to every Nigerian Of course, that should be a subset of those who are literate, which is a disadvantage to them because not many of us are. Now, if we're able to do that and extend to everyone, we are partnering with Ministry of Education, GIZ, federal, other agencies and all that. So if we effectively do that, those who are withdrawn because they cannot access will also have access. And those who have challenges with moving it forward can also be able to do that. So the ball is back in our court. Government is doing its bit. We can do more, but citizens' participation is also crucial. Thank you.
Sir, can we have on public?
Okay, so this is the format. The speakers, you just go there. It's at the back there. Speakers, and then after the speakers, we'll have the sponsors delegate. After the sponsors delegate, we'll have the sponsors guests. And after the sponsors, we'll have the invited guests. That's the format for this. And so, I'll ask you to stand. Okay, can we have a photo of the people on the high table now? Because I'm sure once they go to lunch, we may not have to them together again. Yeah, come here, please. There's no lady, all hardware, no software. Yeah, please let the...
I think that's really so the next thing, what do we say? State to state implementation. Yes. We have all the people here. You can talk about
enroll freshers from 0 to 16 years.
0 to 60.
16. 16 years. Child resident and parents and child resident.
People can come here and enroll now.
Okay, yes, you can. If you've not done anything for your age, we use your BVN. Sometimes BVN would have generated NI for you without BVN. So to first of all check with your BVN. If it has been generated or registered, BVN is 225, 224, 27.
One question. If I'm an Ethiopian and I come here and I register, how do you differentiate Nigerian from
The source document.
We have to first of all send it to immigration.
But you won't know that because you have
because, man, okay, let me say I'm Ghanaian. So how will you know?
To check your phone,
you will feel nice from Nigeria.
Yeah, I will feel that I'm a Nigerian. How will you know the difference?
From your name?
Yes. No.
From when I'm Peter John.
Sir, your state of origin.
When I put Lagos State.
Local government.
No, I put
your valid ID card, you must get your valid ID card. All the valid ID card is either you come with a voter's card, international passport, driver license, or last one. You must have.
But that's a new one anyway.
No, that's how we do it. Yes.
But here is Madam.
My family and I didn't do anything. We just went there.
I registered in Ekiti. I registered in Ekiti.
Which office?
State of our state of.
What I'm saying, this particular environment is a new one. I don't think it's. Not from reception. So I'm very sure it wasn't there. When did you listen to me in NIMC?
Sir, it's been a while.
20 years, 10 years?
No, it's not 20 years.
Well, I'm sure when I did, they did ask for.
Madam, there is a caveat. Dual citizenship. He can claim Ethiopian citizenship and also Nigerian citizenship. One by birth, the other by birth. So that
is it wireless or wireless?
Wireless. So this only covers. This only works in Lagos. It's movable and then also
this is across.
Yes, it's across other states.
This is the foundation for.
Yeah, for the government. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So you have for me, assuming I don't know about taxes.
Okay, so for this provider, we provide both states of rights and we actually service all commercial banks, all financial banks, yes, commercial banks in Nigeria, and that's our champion. So we believe in the industry, and our rates are quite competitive and affordable, and we're looking to partner with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Especially the one that supports the
Yes, we have a. You heard of Galaxy Backbone? I've been heard before. That's
No, sorry. No, sound I'm about to be now.
Yeah, we are here to raise your communication. Okay. There was this meeting competing within your staffs. So, in charging the owner of cars and there is no cost to that which allows the staffs to monitor your charge. We have other solutions too. Other states like offices, we have the bulk data which can buy.
How many states is 9 mobile now?
And 6 states. You are not in the kitchen. I have 809. Look, see, I have 2 lines.
So into both wireless and wired connection. So are these 3 things the same? I've seen 3 companies like Ketsin, Sean, and Camden.
Yes, okay, this is Camden. This is the regional.
I'm the regional architect. I'm not saying that they're part of the same conglomerate.
No, they have theirs.
Different companies.
So Cambium is the Cambium manufacturers broadband fixed wireless. And she is our distributor. And the IS, whatever the ISPs deploy, the majority of them will buy from us.
So just the brand. But this like what I'm saying is for the
well, you know, everybody is using the same form factor. But this particular one is
you sell your own technology or you sell other people's technology?
What kind of technology? Is it software or hardware? Software for what? Like what? To do what?
So you matter with so you sell other people's technology?
Yeah, Microsoft. And Microsoft is a leading. No, we also build it. That's why I said.
And once you build
what solution? The one you build, what does it solve? What particular system?
Oh, okay. Which of them biometrics?
Biometrics, right? That's the capturing and then send for approval. Right? And basically that was
We have several applications that we build. That's just one of it. Right?
The information are here.
Yes, the information are here. And from there you can get to see all the areas
partner within Africa. It's fine, I think we'll get back to you.
I buy that particular feature and get the serial.
Are shaping the future with key focus on digital identity. So transforming government with technology for improved economy. Next one. As I said earlier, governance involves decision making, implementing process and services delivery. Enhance government efficiency and transparency, integrity and accountability. This is done through technology. As I talked about building trust. The trust the people have on you is a function of what you have put on ground. And it's only through technology we can achieve this, by digitization. Then what is economy? Economy here is services the government render to the public. There's no two ways about defining the economy. If the people are disconnected from you, there's a problem. The scarce resources in the world can never go around to everybody. So how government needs to manage it to produce more and satisfy everybody is a function of what the economy is talking about. So we have to think about, we are talking about how do we improve it. That's why I did the example of the housing, which we know is never available to everybody. The national ID system is to improve and used to improve tax compliance and provision of similar public services. It can help us to reduce corruption in government. If the people know how much is in the cover and then you are using the money to do whatever, they will know what is the balance. But when we are blind to what is in the purse, anybody can claim and have exhausted it and the rest goes back to somewhere else. Also, it calls for what I used to personally, I call it responsibility. When they say that a man is not responsible, in my village, it means the person is either not married. That we say you are not responsible. A responsible man knows his children must not go hungry. So, knowing that we have citizens to care for is citizens must not go hungry. That is part of the responsibility of the government. And in this case, these children will know when their father is performing. How do they know? That they know their father is not a rich man. So they take 1 square meal a day. Fine. They will manage with it. Those that their father are rich can take 3 square meal off, if possible. They will manage with it. The day you get them to, there's a problem. No. Then the quality of education and training and skills will improve. Agricultural input to farmers. We have done what we call mapping in the past. What is mapping for? Normally, government distributes fertilizer to farmers. In the soil distribution, there's always this issue of we have distributed 500 bags, 300 bags, 1 million bags. To who? In question. So to bridge that unnecessary argument, mapping to play. So with NABI, farmers are numbered and they have their name tied to whatever you are giving to them. What are the challenges in government? Bureaucracy and inefficiency. Excessive bureaucratic procedure often slow down decision-making process, leading to delays and inefficiency. A lot of things involved. We have also lack of corruption and lack of transparency, as I mentioned earlier. Identity fraud. Somebody pretending to be the other. We come to you and say, oh, I have not collected my own share. You give the person, it will run to another door, come out again, present to you another thing. You give me collected. At the end of the day, one person may collect 10 bags, while others are struggling on the queue to get through. But with this identity thing, the moment I give it to you, even if I make the mistake of giving you more than once, it can be traced back to you. The American system with reference today didn't tell you that there's no mistakes. There can be mistakes, but being able to know I have disbursed more than once to you can help me to recover it. That is the most important thing than saying there will be mistakes. Then let's look at the technical solutions. With digital identity system provide a way to electronically verify the identity of the individual, ensuring secure and accurate identification. The components that makes it possible is the unique identity with the biometric digital signature, secure database, and the authentication protocols. Before in Nigeria, one of the problems we have is that we have database that we cannot verify. That's why most the previous ID system we have failed. The records are there. There's no means of anybody to go into it and confirm I'm dealing with this person. So the new identity we have, run by NIMSI, has taken care of this and given access to any organization that is interested. Benefits. Got to reduce identity fraud, enhance service delivery, streamline administrative process, restore public confidence and participation. In the digital world, identity is divided into two. Either you are having identity as a fundamental identity or as a functional identity. If it's fundamental, it can always be referred to. But if it is functional, it can come in any form, just to serve the purpose at that time. For instance, if I say we're going to a football pitch, and we said only those we have given a certain code we sit inside the stadium. Those we did not get that code, we sit outside the stadium. It remains like that. Only those with the codes will be there for the period of that match. After the match, the identity is useless. We deal away with it. Under event, we create another one. Just as this event we are doing here now, eGovernment. When we come, they say we should register, and we are giving a code to. By the time we put the code, we are able to access here. That is functional identity. it is not fundamental. The name we are talking about is a fundamental identity. Things like the BVN, the voters register, and the driver's license are temporary. That's why they have a start date and end date, or the expiration date. After that period, you have to come and change it. But the NIN has no expiration date. The only expiration date it has is your debt. In terms of technology solution, we talk about blockchain. Well, we're talking about blockchain here. A lot of things have been said about the data of being porous or not porous, this and that. So we want to see how we can handle the data to make it accessibility of that data as difficult as possible and more protected to restore the confidence Nigerians may be talking about. However, in so doing, I wish to point out something here. In the technology nation we are referencing today, they have had more data breaches than any other person can think of. Not all of them are reported, but those even reported did not discourage them from proceeding until they get to the promised land. A good example of that is Estonia, that all of us are clamoring to reach their level. If you go your listing, you find that almost every year there's a data breach on their system, where they continue. Integration trends using AI and big data. Yeah, artificial intelligence is one of the things people look up to. And big data is transforming governance by providing deeper insights and automating processes. The more data you have about something can give you a pyramid of what is going to happen for you to be able to project and make more insightful decisions. And these are very key in governance, that you can project, okay, I have a population of this number, and then it means in the next 5 years, if we are going at this rate, it's going to happen. What provision do we make for the nation? If we don't have that kind of ability, we will only be struggling to meet up with the challenges instead of being ahead of it. Let's go to case study 1. Nigeria is not the first country to start with digitization. We look at India and we take example from them to see what they are doing. In India's Enrollment Intellectual Aadhaar program is one of the world's largest biometric identification systems. The use of technology relying on the unique identity number to deliver governance incentives to the Indian residents did not go unnoticed. The government use of direct benefit transfer. Remember, we talk about having a card system whereby if, like we have in Borno State now, that there's a flood there and some people are affected, we can gather all the people affected together and say, okay, we are distributing 1 million to each of them. If you declare 1 million today, I'm sure not half of them may get the 1 million. But if you bring them and say, we have identified them, pay the 1 million, pay a card for them and give it to them, they will all receive the one without coming to you to do anything. That's exactly what India is doing. In India, they have about 317 schemes across 53 ministries, utilizing the basic direct benefit transfer in their system. All the ministries are keyed into. They are not having their own silo systems to build up. They depend on that particular one. And these are the benefits you have. And also what are we? Case 3 is Estonia, which I mentioned earlier. The government started using their voting system as far back as 2005, when they started, growing from just 0.3% of the people using it to about 46% of the people using it. Today they are growing more and more. And also Estonia has cyber attack in 2007, 2020, 2022. Just this one I want to pick out. Everybody in the world today want to be like Estonia. If they have said, oh, because they were attacked in 2007, we're not going there. Then we're never going anywhere. About a month ago or two, some people were saying it seems Senator was preached, and they heard of noise in the television and what have you. Some people were as good as saying, close down, let us go. Can we close down Estonia? Use of technology within smart city. What do you mean by smart city in the first place? It's as simple as automation of the entire. I think my time is right now. Let me go down to the real problems. The need of a national identity system. Can you go? Let's screen. Okay. These are the programs we have and the solutions that we come up with. If you go through it, we have the absence of ID authentication and verification site, as I mentioned earlier. They had prevalence of counterfeit identification, desperate and disjointed government identity database. All these things have been taken care of now. So anybody who is even in the past should move on. The NISI mandate is clearly stated. There's no two ways about it. The future, now and future. This, can you roll up to now and future? Okay. If you look here, we have a summary of most of the things we have done. Driver's license, international passport, phone, SIM, and the banking, finance. They are all in white. These are people that are collaborating with us efficiently. The other ones in yellow, the police, pension, and healthcare are coming on board. The one in red, you know what I mean.
We cannot see it.
Next. Okay, we put a detail up here where we have the banking, insurance, the social security, public and distribution system, agriculture, healthcare, travelers. The traveling sector, we have not actually made use of it so much. They are not integrated. Most of our people enter the buses without any identification. The railway system is trying. They are coming on board. The airways are also trying, but not as much. Next, the next achievement. The enrollment, we have gone far. The cards, we are launching the cards because the people needed it. The back end is being upgraded, and the authentication application is always on their harmonization, which is actually bringing the old and the new together. In conclusion, technology, especially in the identity sector, enhances efficiency, transparency, accountability, security, and integrity, thereby driving economic benefits and innovation to the citizens. Therefore, there needs to be a call for action for government and stakeholders. Government as well must invest in and adopt digital solutions to ensure robust future-ready governance system. One basic thing we need to conclude here is that all the organizations nationwide that are distributed have the opportunity to integrate with NIMSI without hindrance. Thank you.
To summarize it down and say he is proposing that identity is a foundational data that will be needed to be able to promote e-governance in the different states, even before we start looking at the ease of doing business. Because at the end of the day, behind the businesses are people. And then you need to be able to know that the person that says, I'm the owner of this business, is who he is. So I would like to start with the Honorable Commissioner for Science and Tech in Enugu State to please share with us what they're doing in terms of adopting the e-governance model in the state. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking, first of all, the organizers of this forum. It's a very fantastic one. The awareness is actually helping most states to also put their houses in order. As for us in Enugu State, presently we are doing a lot. I'm very happy that he did a lot, in trying to, give us the much that the identity cards could do in order to key into the e-governance of any nation. We in Enugu State, we've gone very far in creating our own state cards. This we believe will help us as a state to key in properly into the e-governance era, because we have understood that we have several other cards. I don't know precisely if the national ID card also solved the issue of the National Health Insurance Scheme and so many other stuff. But we have developed an app which we have used now to engineer a particular card which is at its final stage. This card is all encompassing. The card will help in solving all the payments you can do in any of the ministries, any of the departments, any of the agencies in the state government. The same single card will help you to pay for electricity bills. It will help you to pay for school fees that when it has to do with Enugu state government. So it also will help you to walk into a hospital and also pay. So you can even use the same card to move money from your bank account into the same card and use that same card also to make some other minor purchases, credit cards, and a whole lot of other things that will help you, that you need, okay, as a person, for your personal use and all that. So, we are moving very fast to copy from what they're doing at the national, so we don't have to leave everything for the national team, so that the sub-national can also be, while we also have our, of course, as it stands right now in Nigeria, if you don't have your NIN, I'm very certain that it's as good as you're not existing in Nigeria. Because a few days ago, I also heard that some of the network providers are also cutting off people who don't have that. So if you don't have it, it's as good as you are not in Nigeria. So having that, we are pushing very fast to keep into that same program by also replicating a similar card in our support with very greater and more enhanced features. So that's what we are doing at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just try to summarize a bit again, taking from what we've learned here earlier this morning about what government should be doing. We've heard what the director, NIMSI, talked about, the efforts they've been making, and I can see you are also making some efforts. But again, one of the things that I want the audience to remember is the issue of the government willingness to even put their information online. I think the leader man says something like that. So that is the first thing, the willingness to say we want to put our information online. And that comes from the mind. I want to say maybe the gene of of that particular government or of the subnational now. And then we want to be able to look at the infrastructure that exists in the state, the capacity to be able to deliver those online information, and then the literacy level of the citizenry. So, to my right here is Dr. Habib from Safara. I'm sure we all know Safara is in the north. They've been popular recently maybe because the governor just had a kind of press bliss. And so now, maybe you should also quickly share with us what they're doing in terms of governance. But why I went into this long story is about that collaboration. The collaboration we are fortunate to have in our midst as the keynote presenter somebody that says we have all this data. Let's join hands together. Let's build collaboration, and then there won't be any repetition. But the state governments also have their own roles. The issue of digital literacy, educating the masses, and of course, willingness to publish the information. So, Dr. Habib.
Thank you very much. So when the administration of Governor Dodalol came on board, he recognized the importance of digitization, being a private sector person in his previous work life. So what did we do? We didn't want to just do things at the top of our head, so we developed a robust ICT policy for the state. And the essence of that ICT policy is to guide the state government in its digital transformation journey. Beyond that document, we also developed a digital strategy, which guides us on how to get there in terms of processes. Now, there are three fundamental pillars that pertain to these two documents. The first one is communications and digital infrastructure. You cannot have an e-government or whatever initiative you want to do in the digitized format without having the adequate digital and communications infrastructure. And that was why one of the first initiatives we took was to waive right-of-way charges for telecom companies who are interested in doing business in Zamfara State. We recognize that having done that, it incentivizes the private sector, particularly the telecom sector, to come and lay fiber in the state. And that singular act that we did actually got us an intervention from the Universal Services Provisions Fund of the NCC to lay fiber across about 7 or 8 public institutions in the state, which includes the government house, the state secretariat, the state assembly, the School of Nursing, the specialist hospital, internal revenue, as well as a GSM village. Now, what we did, because we know this is just the starting point, we also engaged, because collaboration is important to us, so we engaged a Lagos-based fiber infrastructure company, Fiber World. Where's Tayo? I think Tayo is here. So Fiber World is going to expand the network from where, in fact, we are entering into a tripartite partnership between the Zamfara State Government, the NCC, and Fiber World to see how we can all work together to expand the network infrastructure. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the e-government we are talking about. Just last month, the Executive Council actually approved our memo to deploy an electronic governance platform which we call eGovConnect. The governor also always made emphasis on having to carry loads of files wherever he's going for approvals. And this delays government processes. There are certain issues that require urgent attention. If the governor is not around to treat them, then it becomes a problem. It also increases transparency and accountability. Then the third leg is digital skills or digital literacy. We are embarking on a massive training exercise for the state civil service to bring them up to speed about current issues and trends in public service, And beyond that, we also adopted our own local state digital literacy framework, which we want to harness the potential of our teeming population to teach them, different technology skills like coding, software development, web design. If you come up to the most advanced ones, AI, machine learning, drone technology, and things like that. Now, these are the 3 core areas where we have focused on. Beyond that, the governor has 6-point agenda when he came on board. Security, we all know Zamfara has been very notoriously in the news quite recently about some of the security issues we are facing. With the kinetic and non-kinetic approaches that the state and the federal government have been doing over time, we believe the deployment of technology is equally important in solving some of these persistent security challenges. And that is why, at the moment, we are in the process of establishing a command and control center in the government house, where you can actively report cases of security breaches across local communities. And we are leveraging, still talking about collaboration, we are leveraging on NCC's infrastructure, which is the 112 toll line. You don't need a SIM card, you don't need a smartphone. All you need is to dial that number, and then it will automatically direct you to that platform. Healthcare. We are centralizing all patients' medical records across our public hospitals. The governor is currently reconstructing or renovating the entire general hospitals because he declared a state of emergency. So having that, we are also collaborating with NextComSat because you need the backbone infrastructure actually to deploy some of these technology solutions. Someone in local government A should be able to have medical access when he happens to look at their medical history and provide the necessary treatment for the patients. You take education, smart learning platforms as well. You take empowerment. We just talked about digital identity. If the government is providing interventions across different sectors, we need to monitor and track who actually got what. And we need a tracking mechanism. And in that light, we're actually collaborating with Sterling Bank to create a residence identity management system for the state. And this aims to, one, improve the security because if we have an adequate information and database about the citizens and residents that are living in Zamfara State in terms of their occupation, what they do, the businesses that they do, their addresses and things like that. And interestingly, we've had the first round of engagements with Sterling Bank, and one of the value proposition is that they are actually plugging onto the NIMSI's database to access all the information. Beyond that, we are also working with the State Bureau of Statistics, the Ministry of Budget, so that we can pull all the records that we can use to augment whatever data we have from NIMSI. So these are some of the key initiatives that we have taken in order to promote e-governance and also leverage the different technological solutions that can actually fast-track governance and government in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Habib. Loads of information that one would not have actually thought is going on in Zamfara. So I would like us to, yes, having seen what the different state governments are doing, which I will call foundational, and then we take it to the secondary level, and we're talking about how does this ease business in your different states. The issue of identity, praise, so you have the identity, now we need to graduate into the next level, the risk level that the organizers actually want in terms of how does it enhance your strategy to easing doing business in the state.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, with the pins and all that, you can transact. It helps you. Of course, we know how expensive it is now to get fuel and how expensive, that transport fares are right now. So you can be in your closet and do a whole lot. Now, let me bit out of the residency cap. You know, at this very moment, when we came in, it was quite...
Say that in 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah. So when we came in, the major challenge that we had was also insecurity. We have had a fair share of that. But if you come to Enugu town now, as a city, if you go around Enugu, you will see AI cameras all over the city. And that has brought insecurity drastically down in Enugu. Of course, with a high level of insecurity, there's no way all this e-governance thing can even work in the first place. Okay, so we've gotten that achieved, and we have built a state-of-art command and control in Enugu State. We're not thinking of building. We have built that most of the heads of secretaries have come to see, and they are so much, overwhelmed with what they saw that you can sit in one closet and monitor virtually everything that's going on in Enugu State. So, going forward, sir, we have done our best to limit the bulkiness of carrying files around. You can walk into our Ministry of Lands now and do a whole lot of transactions where the Honorable Commissioner will sit there and push everything he needs for approval to the state governor by mail. We no longer calling the commissioner to start running around with bulky files to state governor. No, everything now is done electronically, and that is how it's helping our state. And we're going
Beautiful session to close. It's signaled to by the organizers, and quite a lot has been said in the two states. So luckily, I mean, we have one in the south and one in the north. When I first took this, I was like, the north is going to be overwhelmed with a lot of achievement.
Longer carry bulky files. I just want to find out, especially that thing you mentioned, land, that the Commissioner for Lands. Do they treat those files? Because for it to be useful, for it to be IT driven and IT based, it has to be real-time input. And we know that most governors don't like real-time inputs. I just want to ask, are they doing it? That is all those information. Do you log them in? Because once you log them in, when you delete, it's a different ballgame. Yeah. Are they real-time inputs? That's also what I want to know.
That they are very place. For anyone who knows Enugu State, we know that Enugu's governor is unique and is different. The reason is because coming from the private sector world, and he has not been a professional politician. We know when you sit down and you see, it makes us know that you can only grow as a state as much as you can innovate. So he started everything that has to do with his manifesto was centered on innovation. And that is why today, everything he does is purely done electronically. Enugu State Government House, now you can't access it now without being electronically. It's a smart government house as we speak today. You can ask anybody who is in Enugu or who has come. We welcome you anytime you come around now. Everything is bringing it closer to all the ministries for anyone who is around here. So you can. It's not about a governor doing things and you trying to delete. What are you deleting for? No need at all for all that. All the information are safely secured. He procured a very large cloud when he came in to make sure that all our information, because they are all, because Enugu has been the epicenter of the Igbo land. Everything has to do. There is no notable Igbo man that doesn't have a property in Enugu. So you have very large files, and that was why he was quite conscious of all that. And he procured enough cloud that we are saving everything that we have, and we don't expect anything to go wrong with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any? My name is Olabisi Okamba, Fiberwall. Is there any legal framework that these states have put in place to protect customer data? That's one. Two, is there any relationship, is there any working relationship with the state government and the federal government agencies managing data like NITDA, NIMC, or are they working in isolation because this is data? So they will collect the data in state, collect in federal.
It's as young as I think the administration of Governor Dada, and when he came on board, we had a lot of serious issues to deal with. So data protection, not that it's not important, but it is way down the list of some of the things that are on the priority list. However, like I said, collaboration and partnership are some of the key elements of Governor Dauda Lawal's administration. And that is why we are bringing in the private sector. Government cannot do everything because we are overwhelmed with providing social services and things like that. That is why, in this case, we are collaborating with Sterling Bank, which are also bringing in one of their fintech partners to actually do this project for Zamfara State Government. And Sterling Bank has a relationship with the National Identity Management Commission. I'm very happy that the director has mentioned that NIMSI has actually given access to all government agencies, including state governments, to actually plug onto their database to get all the necessary information so that you don't have duplicity of processes and things like that. So I'm absolutely certain when we get to that reach, in terms of data protection, we are going to fine-tune the details of that collaboration, which will include citizens' data protection and all of that. Moving forward in the future, we are going to also develop our own local data protection laws that will guard and protect citizens' data so that we know that the security of their data is important. I'm a data guy. My background is actually on big data. So I understand some of the concerns that people have over what the government or what the private sector does with their information. So I think that's
NIMSI, maybe not Safara, already informed that they probably will not directly deal with you, or maybe through Sterling. But just maybe you want to talk generally about and advise the state governments about further collaboration, direct collaboration with
NIPS. NIPSI is collaborating with NIPS, and banks have the opportunity to come to us directly. A good example of such banks are GT Bank, Zenith Bank. First Bank just applied and we are giving permission. They are already working on integrating their own. Then some other banks are applying. Some organizations using third party for their work. Those third party may be companies that have applied for verification access to NIMSI and have been granted. For instance, NIS is working based on their partner who has access to NIMSI database. Even though we have asked them to come direct, since they are government to government, there's no need going through a third party, but they prefer whatever they do. It will not stop them, so far they verify. Individuals also can apply directly if they have a big shop and they want to verify their account, like hotels and what have you. They are free. Nobody is stopping them. NIPSI has laid the foundation, as I mentioned earlier, and the foundation remains open. If you have data that nobody can access, it is useless. The other company I know, or state that I know, that is actively using and supporting NIMSI is the Kaduna State Government. They have not just only ensure that they use NIMSI data, but they even engage their citizens to assist in capturing citizens of Kaduna so that all their records will be on database. So that's the thing they have done. Thank you.
Telecoms infrastructure in e-governance. I think we've talked a lot about e-governance. We know what it's all about. But exactly what is telecoms infrastructure? I guess, and I believe, conversations will bother around talking about what exactly are the things we look at in telecoms infrastructure, the whole ecosystem, partners, funding, and what exactly the role telecoms infrastructure has to do in the e-governance strategy. We also need to look at how effective have all the policies and frameworks been so far in driving and carving out the e-governance, pushing telecoms infrastructure. And my hope and intention is that at the end of this, we'll be able to chart a way forward where we can contribute to the group of telecom infrastructure and e-governance afterwards. Thank you very much.
After the opening speech of the chairman, sorry for the interruption, I want to make it.
The ecosystem, Nigerians, operators, the space, how it looks like today. We have these whole players in the space. NCC says our broadband penetration is around 44%. NCC defines broadband as 3G and above. 2G is not inclusive. Include 2G, which they now call internet penetration, we're talking around 53% or thereabout. Go next. Now, but this is where I really want to talk about a little bit more. There are 8 active submarine cables, 8 of them in country now. Just the 2 of them that came in the last 2 years have contributed over 300 terabits of data, essentially doubling, almost 10 times the existing capacity before now, just in the last year. But where we have the gap, of course, on the high level side, there are 219 million subscribers. These are potential targets, people who can be reached, the populace who can be reached with e-government solutions. So essentially our third density is around 101%. On the infrastructure space, NCC's report for 2022 also says that there are about 35,000 towers and around 127,000 base stations. But where I'm more interested on is on the Go Nest on the slide, please. The Go Nest as well. Go Nest is on this gap. If you go back one bit, sorry, please can you go back on this gap? So we have a whole lot of cables landing, and most of them are on the shores here in Lagos. There's a lot of gap on the backhaul and on the metro access, which is also, of course, if you want to build platforms for e-governance, for reach, for footprint, you actually need to have that reach for the end users. Go next, go next, please. Okay, so 10 years ago, around 2010, there was just one cable in Nigeria, the Go Next. Now, today, you have this whole list of 8 submarine cables landing, about 340 terabits of data of capacity within the shores. Less than 40 or so % of this is actually offloaded inland. So you have somebody within somewhere in Nigeria who is sitting on a gold mine of data, an avalanche of it, but someone else in like a gentleman or friend from Zamfara, you need a whole lot of infrastructure. And I'm glad he talked around what they're doing to offload that infrastructure. You need a whole lot of offload infrastructure to take that capacity inland. Go next as well. Go next. Okay, and then on the ISP space, NCC's license also reports that about 252 ISPs in Nigeria as of January. A lot of them are not as active. 109 of those ISPs, just 109 of them are reporting roughly around 262,000 subscribers. A whole lot of the subscribers and active data are on the mobile space. Of course, on the ISP space, there is still a whole lot of gap that we need to build. Go next, please. On the local ecosystem itself, besides these big players, the local ecosystem is also very rich. Go next. The local ecosystem is also very rich. You have all these pockets of, go back please. You have these pockets of all companies who are playing in the space, who are able to provide some level of service in one way or another. Go next. Galaxy Backbone CEO was here a while ago. He talked about what their infrastructure space looks like. This is quite interesting. This is the government's own investment in this space. I mean, a tier 3 certified data center in Abuja, a tier 4 one in Kano, and 5,000 kilometers of fiber across Nigeria. Of course, most of this has basically been used for connectivity and internet access. The e-government discussions has to now leverage some of these capacities to create content services and deliver services for the end user. If you go next, this is also from NCC in terms of what our footprints look like today. That's on the left is the 2G footprint, which is almost about 90% of the population. On the right is the 3G footprint, which is around 70%. If you go next as well. And then this is 4G is less than 30%, and then fiber maps is still, this is where the huge gap is, and this is where we need to do a lot more work to actually, deepen the infrastructure and do the more greater reach to the populace.
But where's the opportunities? Go next, please. The opportunity lies, go next as well. Go next. If you look at the agenda of the government itself, I know a gentleman talked around this earlier today on economic growth and job creations. Infrastructure is required, access to capital infrastructure is required, driving inclusivity, of course, draws on all skills, infrastructure is required, security infrastructure is required, of course, the openness that the government is talking about, infrastructure as well is required. But I'm more interested in two key things on the policies the minister talked about. Go next, please. Go next. So there is a pillar, there's a pillar 2, which talks around policy, and they talk about how they will measure success in terms of building out broadband across the country. And there's also a pillar 3, which is essentially the core of it, the infrastructure build out itself. Go back, please. Okay, there's also a pillar 3, which is the infrastructure build out itself. There is that whole gap that we need to close in the infrastructure space. This next slide talks about what both GSMA and Fiber to the Home Council calls. Go next, please. What the Fiber to the Home Council calls the future of telecoms infrastructure. And he says this feature of telecom infrastructure is essentially hyper connections and digital interactions. And where are the 6 touch points? The cloud, pervasive fiber, which in itself is connectivity, data centers, connected everything, mobility, whether it's 4G, 5G, or 6G. I know there was an event yesterday where 6G was the focus. And of course, open access. Each of these touch points is actually a touch point for digital connectivity, inclusion, as well as e-governance deployments. If you go next, so how does telecom infrastructure fit e-governance? The very passive side, the bottom of the pyramid is where the telecom infrastructure sits. Of course, you have the solutions themselves, and then you ride on top of that to deliver either your government to government service, your government to business, your government to citizen, or your government to enterprise. Go next, please. Okay. Next as well, a lot of this was talked about by the gentleman from NITA earlier today, where he talked, where he talked of the Nigeria's ranking on the e-governance index. I think the big thing that for us, perhaps that is drawing back our ranking, will be either the HCI and the OCI. Because in terms of telecom infrastructure index, I think Nigeria is done pretty well when it comes to the spread of telecom infrastructure. I mean, in this room today, there are a whole lot of operators, and everybody is doing some level of work to build out infrastructure. But we need to do a lot more on the online service index and then the human capital index as well. So our ranking is still 144 as at last year, out of 193 people who were polled. Go next. And next as well. Okay, so go next. So, and then just keep going until, okay, so yeah, until I say stop. Go as well. So, this is what the e-government evolution is, and I want to tie this to how telecom infrastructure fits this. Of course, there are 4 stages. There's the emerging presence, there is the enhanced presence, the transactional presence, and the connected presence. Every of this, and of course, there's a definition of what happens at each stage. Every of these stages requires infrastructure, requires conventional telco service, whether it's a communication service provider, a digital service, or the OTTs, the hyperscalers, data center issues, and then of course every of these things. There's an argument of where is Nigeria in this spectrum today. So my personal opinion is that we're somewhere between the enhanced presence and the transactional presence. But the ideal place to move to, which is where all the governance is actually transformational, and everything is on the digital space. You can measure governance, you can measure transparency, and you can create effectiveness of governance. So this is more like the case studies of the 2 countries we talked about. The basic need for e-governance. Unless you are able to increase the footprint of people you can reach, footprint and reach is actually the platform itself. Unless you're able to increase that footprint of people you can reach, of course, e-governance will only be sitting somewhere, the data center or the regulation and legislation. Some gentlemen referred to this earlier as well. There is a National Communications Act. I know there's a review ongoing with that now. The cybercrime CNI
we have just been signed into law. There's the NDPR. Interestingly, I don't know how many of us know, there's also the National eGovernance Governance Framework. Interesting document, and tries to capture everything else that we've talked around here. Then, of course, let's create incentives. It's always a challenge for some of us in the operator space because there is regulation, there is obligations, and then there are the levies. So that balance between this is very important, because I know some of the fees some of us pay here is huge, that even when you now need to, when there has to be a leverage, you have to also charge a premium for them. So that balance between regulation, obligation, and levies will also help on power, of course. You know, infrastructures play. You need power, you need it to be. I was at an event some months ago where somebody described the MD of MTN as the CEO of the largest power company in Nigeria. You know, and you know what that means. You know, that means in every base station you have to have 2 generators. There's a whole lot of power play. So people in the data center space here know what that means. So much power required, and the availability of that public utility is very, very critical. Then, of course, expand telecom infrastructure and integrate with eGovernment. And then the last set of itself, very important. We need to set plans, go to submit a bill, but we have to have an adoption target for all the critical MDAs. I used to love an agency they used called Servicom. I don't know what happened to that agency today within the government. It was supposed to drive and actually help drive, you know, things like e-governance implementation and help to push that agenda. Of course, big data, we can collect a lot of data. The telcos hold a lot of data. They have a lot of data. Migration data, people movement, but digital literacy, and citizens encouraged to use it. There is an e-government portal. I mean, I jumped through that somewhere in my presentation. I'm sure half of this room may not know that there's an e-government portal. You can pay your taxes, do government to citizen engagement and
center. Engineer Adimaki Wanapito, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so I would like to just continue where my colleague has stopped. So it's going to be like a continuation because we'll be speaking on the same topic. So please, let's move on. Next slide, please. So this is the key dashboard. I think we've all seen this before. So in Nigeria, we're talking of a population of over 200 million people, towers of over 42K. And the interesting thing for me there is we need to look at the ease of doing business for us in Nigeria as of today. Maybe we rank around 131 over 191 in the world. And our digital adoption index is around maybe 50 or 50% or 40% thereabout. So the key pillars that we have here is the people, the business, and the government. I think we've got around 40% there because of the people and because of the business. And when we look at on the government side, do we really have that contribution? Because these 3 key pillars contributed to what we've got there as a country. So the charge on the government will be that we have 3 tiers of government: the federal, the state, and the local government. So the subnationals, what are they doing? We've heard from the federal today, we've heard from some of the states, but we need to go across the states to see what is being done there, because this will not only be the job of the federal government. Next slide. So this is a figure, next slide. I think we've seen a lot of this data. No, this is the previous one, yeah. So this is a typical situation in Nigeria. You go to the National Identity Management Commission office. This is how you see heads of people there that want to register. We should be able to do this from the comfort of our house. We don't have to stress to go out there and do it. And the picture there, I think, is very familiar to all of us in the room. That was our former vice president doing the area view of Apapa Port. Yeah, I think everybody here will got business to do with Apapa Port. You either want to clear your car or your equipment or something. Up to today, when you see container in Apapa Port, they still manually write the numbers on the container. I've been to Tengamed Port in Morocco. Everything here is done electronically. The vehicles or articulated trucks, they have e-call-up systems. You don't have business going there when they've not called you. So even right there in the port today in Apapa, the trucks or whatever they use to lift the containers, they don't even have space because trucks that are not called up are there already. They've taken the space. Then this is what you see in the government office. So if you have to look for a file or to do something there, you can imagine the stress when I can just press Control F for my computer, then I can see whatever I'm looking for. And if the man is not on seat, then you cannot do anything. Yes, policeman does not have any reason to stop me for a vehicle document. When there are cameras that can pick my car up if I've not done what I'm supposed to do. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this is showing us where we are in the world. We have the newly released figure, I think it was day before yesterday, ahead of hunger in the US. So we can see where we are. This is the eGovernance developmental index in the world that shows the country and their ranking. So we can see those that are high, medium, and Nigeria is up there in, I think, in a deep yellow. So we can see by region too, we see where Africa is. And I think, you know, in this kind of ranking, there will always be somebody up there, and there will be somebody down there that is taking the other people low. So we've seen countries like South Africa and Mauritius, they are very up there. But other countries like Nigeria, maybe Mauritania, Ghana, then we are drawing them back. So this is the ranking in the world. We can see the top countries that are really doing well in terms of what they are doing in the e-governance adoption. You can see Denmark. Estonia is a very useful case for e-governance all over the world. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is where we should be. I've talked about Telecom port before in Morocco. Interesting thing is, everybody, we all have smartphone, and we can say in Africa today, particularly in Nigeria, we can say that we have this connectivity almost everywhere. At least we can say all the state capitals. And the regulator have also give us like maybe milestone when they need to launch 4G, when they need to launch 5G. So we can say that on the part of the operator or the private sector, we can see a lot of investment going into it. So Telecom is the largest port in the Mediterranean by container volume, and the positioning of the port is good because we can see ships from Europe and all over the world there. But the important thing for me there and for all of us is what are they doing in that port that is making it what it is today. They have port management information system, they have e-call-up system, and look at the revenue generated by this port in 2023. If we compare this to the revenue of, budget of Nigeria as a country, this is almost half of our national budget. So this calls for some thinking. So next slide, please. Yeah. So we need to look at Kigali, Rwanda as a country. What are they also doing there? Unfortunately for us, this is iRainbow, is a national government portal. So you can do everything governmental. More than 100 services are on this portal. That you can do services, car registration, medicals, child birth certificate, death certificate, property, vehicle, everything. So from here we can see our GFCI, Nigeria. We can see that at least Kigali there is, Rwanda is ahead of, Kigali is ahead of Lagos. So let me put it that way. So this is the Global Financial Center Index that is showing on what is going on in different countries. So services can be rendered online. Imagine doing my CFO or somewhere in Kaduna. I have to fly there to go and do it when I can actually sit in my house in Lagos and get the services done without going anywhere. The same thing with medical records. A couple of years ago, I was talking to someone in Estonia. So we were talking. He told me he was 30 years plus then, and he said all his life he has never entered a banking hall to do anything. The only time he entered a banking hall is probably when he's out of Estonia. But it is in Estonia, everything, opening bank account, paying, whatever he needs to do with government, everything can be done just with your smartphone. You don't have to go, you don't have to know anybody, you don't have to call them or anything. So Estonia is a very good example of what it is for e-governance. You can see the ranking for the OECD. They are ranked #1 in the world and #1 for World Economic Forum for entrepreneurship too. So, and what do? I think what they do or what they have currently in Estonia is what we have in Nigeria at the moment. They have the X-road, which have what we have in Nigeria today. Because we have the NIN, and sometimes I look at, because part of what we've discussed today is data repository. You go to NIN, they ask for your information. The same information, you go to BVN, they will ask for the same information. So we need a central place where this data can be stored. Somebody in BVN can just pick my name or whatever information and they can see. They don't have to, I don't have to go to everywhere to register Lagos Resident Association or something. This can be done by just picking my data from somewhere and see who I am, what information they need about me. Medical record is also there. I can go to anywhere in Estonia. They say wherever you go, your medical record is there. You just, your card, just plug it in. They will see all the details about you, and even electronic signature. Estonia has been conducting election over the years now by electronic means, so they don't have to worry about any form of. So this is, I wish the MD of Galaxy back home is still here, but I know they know some of these things. But the X road is basically what we also have already in Nigeria. All we need is just to see a way that we can bring all of these things together on the single window. So this will be a one-stop shop where I can do anything I want to do with government. So government to government, government to business, government to employer, and government to anything. So you can access all the services that you want to do here. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the challenges we face as a people, as a country, we have the infrastructure deficit, cybersecurity, yes, is a problem, but we have people that also guide against that kind of problem. In 2005, they brought out the Estonia government website. Everything was down completely. But it took them some time. They came back again. So today now they are talking of data embassy. That yes, they need to have a backup for their recovery plan. So in case anything happens in the future, they can have something to go to. Then the digital divide. Yes, for us here, we know a lot of people. We have the educated, and we have people that even be adopting technology or use of technology, but we are not. For example, like in my estate, they shared it of meeting from estate meeting. I told them, don't bring the paper to my house again. You can just send it via email or WhatsApp. Why are you wasting money? You are not even helping the environment. So these are some of the things that we can do. Then there's also regulatory order. You have to do a lot of things to be able to go past the bureaucratic directive. Every time there's something is changing, and people are not even informed. People that are supposed to guide you in terms of regulation, they are not even ahead of you. So then we have the shortage of skills. This is also very, very important. A lot of people are also leaving at the moment. Next slide, please. So yes, political commitment. Over there, they show a lot of commitment and they are able to get done with it. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of things to get from adopting e-governance. So these are the benefits we can share. Thank you very much.
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Buffeni. Is he here? Oh, okay, so it's represented. So, I mean, we've heard all the figures, we've seen all the stats. So in just like 4 minutes, because I hear each panelist has 4 minutes to speak. Yes, so in 4 minutes, can you just talk through those gaps we have, or your views generally on what they've said? You know, we have infrastructural gaps. We want to be like Estonia. We want to be like Denmark. You know, so what do we need to get there? Thank you very much.
Valid point. Yeah, I've actually been very, very impressed because there is something unique about all the presentations. All those facts are there, and these are actually facts that we can work with. Let me quickly speak to the eGovernment Development Index. Almost all the speakers actually spoke about it. I need to actually shed more light on it so we can actually get to the details. There is a saying that the details are, the devil is actually in the details. So this is actually done every 2 years. What actually surprised me was when I checked the data again for 2024, the current ranking is now 144. It used to be 140 2 years ago. So what's happening? So we might be thinking there has been a couple of improvements, but we've forgotten that it is relative to other countries as well. That people are not sleeping. So what am I trying to say? When we look at the core metrics of what makes up the index, three major things. So that is the actually measurable. So the first one speaks to online services, second one is telecom connectivity, and the last one is human capacity. To be candid, a lot has been done in Nigeria for all the three, but I think that telecom bit, we need more investment there. When we are talking about connectivity, as you all know, it is when people talk about new technologies and the likes, of course I'm excited, but I always tell people, whether you like it or not, the key thing, the backbone is still connectivity. That is the backbone. So it's something to focus on. We're talking about the backhaul traffic and the likes. If you don't have that in place, all technologies won't actually work. You're talking about IoT. If there's no connectivity, what's IoT? So, and when you're talking about connectivity, two things are germane. The first one is quality, and the next one is coverage. So what we're doing in our part to actually ensure that this is actually done is, we all know is in the news, that is like a new season for mobilization. And the leadership is so keen on improving coverage and quality. And once we have this, all this eGovernment we're talking about, once the basics is there, we can now lay on it. And I'm so sure that in 2 years' time, when we're getting the next index value, Nigeria would have gone up.
Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please. So I will pose my next question to Mrs. Hawa Buba Wakil. Okay. The head Digital Skills and Services, Digital Economy Department, NCC. So I mean, we can just, so this is open. I would just like to get your views on what has been presented, the gaps as well, and how we can close those gaps. And since you are in digital skills and services, maybe there was the part that talked about awareness and literacy. So maybe you can touch on that as well to give us some insights on how to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us. Basically, as it has been made clear in this room, that for the advancement of e-governance in Nigeria, telecom, secure and robust telecoms infrastructure is very, very important. And NCC, as the telecoms regulator, is not oblivious of that fact. So, and it carries that responsibility seriously. So one of the ways that it does, or the roadmap that it uses in ensuring, because obviously infrastructure is very, very important. It uses in ensuring that infrastructure is in place to drive digital transformation, and then e-governance is the National Broadband Plan. As you are aware, maybe the National Broadband Plan is a 5-year plan. Some of the metrics have been shown in the presentation. So it has been working with that. And some of the metrics having 70% broadband penetration. At the moment, 44% that has been mentioned. And again, quite critical to driving that plan is the fiber optics that we have all discussed. That is very, very important. The backbone is very, very important. 120,000 kilometers. That is the target by 2025. Over 70,000 of that has been achieved. So by and large, in terms of infrastructure, progress has been made considering where we were coming from. In 2020 it was around 30%. So again, there are so many initiatives that the Commission has, with regards to improving on the infrastructure. One of them has to do, of course, with the cybersecurity issue that we have also discussed here. It's a menace that we have seen in the industry, and to ensure that the infrastructure of connectivity is sustained is the issue of cybersecurity, cyber threats that we're seeing. So NCC has a sector CSAT that is in place to monitor and then manage issues of cyber threats. And then also, we do, there were discussions about subsidizing, even in the report that was just read. NCC does that through the USPF. So at the moment, there is a project, Accelerated Mobile Phone Expansion Project, that is going on. So where it subsidizes for infrastructure companies. So far, around 2023, 81 BTS have been implemented, and then 21 RBTS are also in place. So, and then also, one of the ways, again, we have been talking about infrastructure, because the reality is that we have to look inwards. And that is why And that is why NCC in the telecom sector has also developed a national policy for driving indigenous content in the telecom sector. So that is crucial. We have seen the brain drain, and then the fact that issues of affordability, we are hopeful that that will drive down the affordability. So the 4 sectors, 4 aspects we are looking at: manufacturing, software development, capacity building that you talked about is also one aspect that we are looking at. And then issue of R&D for innovation and entrepreneurship is an aspect that NCC is looking at. So again, in terms of the capacity building that you talked about, of recent, most especially there was a report by ATCOM in 2023, which states that 500 software engineers and 2,000 trained telecom professionals left the country in 2022 alone in 1 year. And so that NCC is taking that seriously. It has initiated a collaboration with Nokia at the moment in Center of Excellence. So the NCC is training in collaboration with Nokia, is training 4G, 5G technology. We are training Nigerians. The first batch has just commenced, so that we'll be able to have enough. Thank you. And also one of the progress that we have made with regards to indigenous content is the manufacturing of SIM cards. At the moment, all SIM cards are being produced in Nigeria, and the MNOs patronize them. So in terms of collaboration, because we talked about collaboration a lot in this room, and collaboration is very, very important. We at the moment, there's an initiative, National Broadband Alliance of Nigeria, that has been initiated by the Office of the Honorable Minister, Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. So it's a multi-sector initiative that is supposed to drive development, broadband development, and then usage, because that is also a problem that we have seen. There are some areas that have access to internet connectivity, however, it's not being utilized. So the essence of this alliance is to ensure that apart from just access, also that usage is there. And also collaboration with the states, and I'm glad that Dr. Habib and even the commissioner from Enugu made my job easier, because they have attested to some of the collaborations and initiatives that NCC is doing. Yes, this is one strategy, because we have discovered over time and experience that collaboration is key. Collaboration with government agencies, collaboration with states, most especially in deploying telecom infrastructure. So we have collaboration with Zamfara State and almost all the states that are even represented in this room. We have collaborations with them. We have collaborations in the Sarawak and Enugu State. We have also initiated that collaboration. So collaboration is it's key to some of the things that the Commission is doing. And also with regards to the effort that we have talked about, at the moment, NCC has an MOU with CBN with regards to financial fraud and financial crimes being perpetrated on telecoms platforms. So that's also in association with other security outfits. So that collaboration is also ongoing. So I think I'll just stop there for the moment.
Thank you very much. There's so much to learn from the regulators. Thanks. Okay, so my next ask is to Mr. Ruben Oshoma. Oh, great.
I have the microphone.
Oh, thank you.
As well.
So in 4 minutes, just talk through your take on what has been presented and the theme.
A lot have been said today about e-governance, the challenges and the benefits. I think we're all well aware where we are with regards to e-governance today. What I want to speak about today is, and thanks to Mr. Chidi's presentation, he was talking about the connectivity, right, which is the foundation of e-governance, as we all know it, because without connectivity, then we're not going to get anywhere. But I want to say to that, he also mentioned that there's 340 terabytes of data, and about 8 landing cables here in Nigeria. So the question is now that with all that capacity that we have, why is it still that we still have less than 50% of internet penetration in this country? You ask that question, why? And the answer is very simple. Because all the capacity is centered around the urban and semi-urban areas. And rightly so. Because if I was an investor, I don't think I'm going to go to those places. Remote and rural areas, because these are areas that are sparsely populated with little or no income. So that's understandable. So what do we need to do? That's something about penetration today. What do we need to do to get into those people so that they will have access to the e-government services as well? It's not only us in remote, in the urban area that should have the privilege alone. We should extend it to other areas so we all can able to enjoy the services. And I'm also surprised today that I haven't heard like some solutions to how we can get penetration. I mean, I've heard a lot about backbone, Prof from Backbone said a lot of. I didn't even know they were doing that much work on laying backbone fiber to about 30 countries. So again, why can't we extend it to the last mile? So the solution, what we need to do today, I mean, you're part of the satellite background, right? Satellite industry, and that's where I'm going to. Because I know the impact it has in those communities. And that today is actually the only viable, or rather the most viable solution to connect those people in those areas. Now, it used to be very expensive in the past. Technology was, but now it's so advanced, it's a lot cheaper. I mean, Dr. Zamfara, we have a lot of connectivity that we've done in Zamfara, in the rural and remote areas, a lot of that. So I just want to say that there is no way we can get penetration without using a hybrid of solutions, which is satellite, fiber, and other, radio, micro, whatever. So we have to come together. We cannot keep talking about talking about fiber alone. That's what I've heard in this room all through today. Fiber. And that tells you why we're not making progress with regards to penetration. It's easy to see. So, and there's no way, check any country, there's no country that has developed internet penetration, even Estonia. Estonia, by the way, has got 30% of its population in rural and remote area, 30%. And they've got 92% of connectivity. Because the government has invested in that. And I also like what the Prof said as well, that it's not only the federal government, not the state and the local government. So we all need to come together with a strong partnership with the private sector. Private sector will bring their expertise, they will bring their funding, of course they're there to make profit, while the government will bring funding as well, bring the right policies, conducive environment, and even incentives for us to get to all these areas. Right? And I just want to say today that, just in case you haven't heard it before, we're not going to get to 70% anytime soon of broadband penetration, no matter what we do, if we don't consider satellite as one of those solutions. Because 50% of the people you want to connect are in rural and remote areas. Right? So if the government don't come to the party to actually subsidize and collaborate with the private sector, we'll be here 2030, and the highest we can get is going to be like 55% to 60% at the most. So we need to work together to ensure that the penetration is real, we're focused on it, so that everyone can have access to e-government and not just the people in urban areas alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next panelist is Mr. Tayo Adenuka Taiwo. Is he here? Oh, okay.
My views basically are centered around 4 areas. And I think the first would be infrastructure. Incidentally, that seems to be now part of the value chain. Now, regarding, I think, based on what the last speaker said, I agree with you. It's definitely, to be able to get the maximum penetration, we most certainly need a hybrid solution. It cannot just be one or the other. It has to be both. But there's a difference between getting internet access to everyone and getting good internet access to everyone. And if I'm correct, that's what the federal government is looking to do now. 90,000 kilometers of backbone network based on fiber. And anywhere else that the further penetration cannot go, further fiber penetration cannot go, then satellite and radio will be used for such areas. So I think that you put that type of solution together, then you're looking at a very robust and effective internet access solution for the country. And that, in my own opinion, is the beginning of anything, because you have a car without tires, it's not going anywhere. You have a house without a good foundation, it's coming down soon. So if we know that we want sustainable e-government, then and all the development that comes with it, then most definitely we need that infrastructure base to be robust, to be effective and sustainable. And the only way we can do that is to have a very good mix of both types of infrastructure deployment for internet access. The second one, and I think this would refer to, or this would touch on one of the speakers on the last panel, the NIMSI, personal data. Because really and truly, we have all the infrastructure. How then do we get internet to everyone? How then do we effectively use e-government solutions? How then do people actually buy into and use these e-government solutions? They have to have a level of, there has to be some sort of data identification or proper data gathering of everybody's personal data and whatever it is that I want to use. So if I want to apply for a COO, for instance, am I giving my BVN or my NI? For example, it's still confusing. So that has to be properly done, properly gathered. The data has to be properly gathered and put together in the central or several central databases and used, and then that are easily accessible by all forms of government, or all arms of government. So I think that's another place that we really need to start. Without that, again, you would have the solutions, but it will not be used. It will not be effective, and there won't be the point of it. Then security. Now, I was on LinkedIn some time ago, and they asked me to verify my page, and then told me to put my passport on there. And I'm thinking to myself, I'll put my passport on a website. I mean, how crazy you are? It's not going to happen. That's because I don't trust their security measures. I know it can be hacked. It's an international website. I don't know where my information is going, so clearly I'm not going to do that. And the same thing will apply to e-government solutions. If we're asking people to put their data, or telling people that your data is going to be put on an e-government solution, people will be reluctant to do that unless they are sure that it's secure. And we have to be able to communicate that, which brings me to my last, the fourth point. The communication has to be right. I think this is where the NCC comes in, and I have to say the NCC does do a lot in communicating all these facts to people. But the truth of it is that we all still don't know. Maybe it has to do with the fact that internet access is still not robust enough to get to everyone. So I think they all intertwine. So the security of it, the communication of that security to everyone, and the ability for everyone to be able to get that information that yes, whatever you're putting on these government solutions are secure. All of them are intertwined are very important. And lastly, the knowledge base, to be able, the capacity to be able to even use these e-government solutions is very important. The users don't know how to use it. And I think that's something that we all have to work on extremely well. And not only that, to be able to have an effective e-government solution, one that will be used by everyone, you need the users to actually, they need to trust the government itself. And the only person you trust is someone who teaches you. So if the government is teaching how to use it, bringing value, putting out information that helps the users understand the importance and the benefits of using these e-government solutions, then the buying will be automatic. And it has a ripple effect, because then people trust the government, they follow the government, and then whatever else the government is trying to do, then you find that the citizenry is actually they bought into it, they buy into it, they follow it, and then maybe the society then becomes a better place. So these are the things I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Krish Rangana, right? Okay, yes. Regional Executive, West Africa Data Center. So we'll also give your insights on what have been discussed so far, just your views and how you think you can add value. Thank you.
360, 350 terabyte of bandwidth landing in Lagos. Okay. So let's look at the utilization of this bandwidth. Because when we move around outside Lagos, we don't get even two bars in our mobile.
and we're still saying that we are rolling out 5G. In another 1 year, we will say that we are rolling out 6G, but then the 2G itself is not in place. So let's look at the fundamentals. Fundamentals remains connectivity. Connectivity is not fiber. Connectivity is all the mediums we use. Even we are talking, that is a connectivity. Connectivity means communication between two parties. It can be radio, it can be wireless, it can be fiber, whatever is that. But that connectivity needs to be established and used rightly. That is what the issue comes. Are we using it rightly? Are we using it to the optimum of that availability? I doubt. Then it literally falls into all the related aspects of it. When e-governance comes in, fundamental still remains connectivity. Then moves into cybersecurity. Are we aware of it? Okay, we have lectures, awareness camps on cybersecurity. Are we following it? Still, we see that somebody lost millions of naira, in going and doing something online. It's still happening. So, it's a matter of a bit more education on site. Rather, I can say in a very blunt way, common sense. That's what I could easily say that. If you get an email saying that, if you go and do this, you get 50 million, then please. No. So let's look at it in a different way. But when we come back to the connectivity part, this 360, 340, 350 terabyte, where is it going? What is it getting utilized? Maybe 10 to 20%? And we are talking about approximately 230 million population in Nigeria, which Lagos is around 20-25 million, including the floating population. So all the three cities put together, Lagos, Abuja, Port, maybe Kano, put together 45 million. So the remaining 160, 170 need to be connected. And if you look at the data, we are saying that approximately 80 to 90% is connected. Connected is correct, but what is the level of quality those people are getting? Absolutely. That is where the point comes in. We have all these portals available. Okay, online passport, NIL online, everything is online. But how many people can actually access that sitting remotely? Not say that sitting in Lekki or BA or Ikoyi, leave that part. Okay, this gentleman is coming from Zamfara. So how many people can actually access a decent internet from those kind of states? So those are the issues need to be addressed, and we need to put a timeline to that, to get into this, so that, okay, the arithmetic we just played, okay, we are standing in 140, 130, if we need to move up the ladder, then we need to work against the timeline. Now, actually, we need to run, it is a race against the time. That is what we need to look at. Policies, frameworks, everything is available. You name it, we have everything in this country. But the problem is that adoption of it and continuity of it, that is where the missing parameters, and that need to be put in place.
Thank you very much.
And the one that is like elderly too, and part of the children who were there, so let's say they are 27. Then one of the states, one of the children, rather, so I let it out already, but of course I know we know, that's I'm using the very right numbers. So one of the children has almost everything. And everyone tells the siblings, your father is very wealthy, your father is very wealthy. How come you're this poor? Yes, my father is wealthy. But your elders look like he's very, very doing well too. Yeah. So one day somebody approaches the elders and say, why is it that your siblings are impoverished and you are even really large? They say, oh, really, it's not my fault. You know what? My father has also not helped me to know how to share these resources equally.
Wow.
And then they go to the father. Why is this mean? You have how many children and only one is really doing well? And yes, I really want them to, but I think they should do some things by themselves too to show that they really want this. Then it becomes almost like a blame game. Everybody passes to the other person. What am I trying to say? 8 submarine cables in the cable landing station in Lagos. Then backbone is not our problem. Capacity is not our problem, obviously. 340 terabytes, then what is the problem? There's a coverage gap. And that is what everybody in the room needs to talk about. How do we close this coverage gap? So, what are the ways that, based on my experience, I work in infrastructure department, and I see every day from an ISP point of view that I can have like 10 gig capacity in my home, and somebody is asking me for 100 meg in Apapa, and yet I can't even deliver it. Or somebody is asking me for 50 meg even in Kaduna, and yet I can't deliver it. But it's not as if I don't have that capacity. Then I need to start looking at how to collaborate. Where do you have something I don't have? See, when we had the first break, I was telling some other colleagues in the room and stakeholders that something taught everyone a very big lesson early in the year when we had those submarine cuts, right? Everybody ran around, came together. We need to do more of that. We will not keep saying is the government, as an operator, as an ISP, as reseller. What are we doing to say that, okay, if you have committed how to transport resources to child, the 10th child, I don't need to also look for another means to still do the same thing. I can attend to child 11, then we'll meet at a point. So that everybody, one way or the other, we begin to put in something and we can all make it a full circle. That being said, we have other issues. What of power? It shouldn't all be about the power we have right on the national grid. There are alternate means we can generate power. Everybody talks about the rural communities on the south. Yes, it makes a lot of sense that we don't want to take resources there because one is not dense already to give you the money, and you don't even have that return on investment when you put so much. When you want to set up in the urban, you even put in a little of carpet compared to when you go to the rural. But once I read about Alibaba in China, and he did a collaboration with some people in the rural, and that is one of the ways they also encourage e-commerce. Because even as at date, most of us still want something fresh from the farm. I get things from Ondo because I know they really have it really fresh. But we can also bring these people in. We talk of 5G, and now we're talking of 6G. We talk of 90% penetration for 2G, which to me is even arguable. Because even that, like 2 years ago, I asked some states, some communities in this country that they were making their first phone call on their own soil for the very first time. I had a colleague travel to somewhere in Nasarawa, and he said he had to travel miles to be able to make call on the mountain. Last I remember was when I was in the university that I did that, when GSM probably just came. So, we have power, we have collaboration. We also have to train people. The locals are part of the people we have to train actually. And education doesn't have to be the formal way alone. And when we say digital literacy, I really understand it. But somebody that you have not taught how to maybe read A, B, C, D and all that, are you going to teach them in their native languages? Because that's part of the issues we're having. We need to really look through all of this. That is the way we will be able to solve them really critically. So I have rural telephony stations in remote areas. I have locals there that can teach how to probably do the solar power or maintain it for me. That might not necessarily be them doing fixes all over again. But it's still a training. And when we talk of the digital literacy, do you just teach people how to be digitally digital literate without giving them equipment to use? There should be provision of that too. So even when they want to upskill, they will have something to go back to. And to our government, the big daddy. We need to be intentional. Big daddy needs to be intentional. We have all of this on paper, fine. Wonder why sometimes they call Nigeria the paper tiger. We have almost everything, but we need to move away from just having it on paper to doing it. Execute, track it. Is it working? If it's not working, let's come back. I like what Mr. Chidi said when he was doing his presentation. We used to have Servicom. Let's bring it back. Let people be accountable. And I tell you, together, you have a data center that can house so many. Because e-governance, as we look at it, needs data to be here, right? So we need this storage. We need all of these things. But everybody needs to start fixing their own points. Thank you.
A lot has been said about how to get our communities connected. I will speak to getting these infrastructures deployed in our communities. One of the things that caught my attention among many while Chidi was presenting was the spread of 4G. Why 2G, we're doing pretty well, 3G pretty well. When it got to 4G, started noticing it grow 40%, right, Chidi, 40%. Now, if at 4G we're at 40%, what can we say about 5G? That's the big question. So the question is, how do we bridge this gap? For me, I'm looking at cooperation amongst, number one, amongst the telecom operators. And today, it's good enough we have him here. I didn't even know you heard that Mr. Ruben Avanti. He spoke about satellites. There is something they did, Avanti did with, I will mention him, one of the foremost infrastructure companies in getting our local communities connected. That is a wonderful collaboration. And that's one of the social examples I'm speaking to when I talk about collaboration in bridging that gap. Imagine that we have quite a lot of those kind of collaborations are being replicated by so many other telecommunication companies. Imagine how far it will go in bridging that gap. That is just one with regards to collaboration. Secondly, is why I had the rep from Enugu and Zamfara speak to what they're doing on data and e-governance. Why it is good and why I don't see anything wrong in the states having their own cards. Something breaks my mind as to what is NIMSI doing. Why can't the state collaborate with a body like NIMSI to key in their data or to harmonize their data such that they can take the necessary information from NIMSI instead of creating their own individual states. Now, I'm not saying it is wrong, I'm just thinking it's something we need to ponder on. Why do we need to do that? Now, I'm coming from the perspective that funds are being spent at the state level on these things. These are funds that we can also channel into bridging this gap. And this takes me to the next point which I have here, which has to do with incentivizing deployment or incentivizing our telecommunication infrastructure deployment. In this regard, what can the states do? Why the CEO of Galaxy, MD CEO of Galaxy Backbone was speaking, he made mention of one thing, which I took note of, and that is the role the state, federal, and local government have to play. I will speak to the role of the state government, because local governments have interacted with virtually all the 704 local governments in the Federation, and I know their challenges. But at the level of the state government, what can the states do to provide or to incentivize telecommunication deployment? And when I say incentivize, I'm not referring to money. She made mention of rural telephony. What can the states do to incentivize rural telephony? And I'll give an example, because it is something I've also deployed. Can states, for instance, say, okay, there will be free or there will not be any permits, build permits on deployments of telecommunication towers or rural telephony infrastructure in rural areas. I know a few states that have done it. I don't want to mention those states, but I've worked with at least 2 states or 3 that have done it. Kaduna is one of those states, one, but I didn't want to mention. But again, these are some of the things that states can start looking at the state level to incentivize deployment. Also, in the same vein, you can come up with certain strategies at the state level that will, even if it's not product telephony, that will further incentivize deployment of regular towers. I know a few states that did it, because for the likes of Avanti to have a collaboration and through satellite, there needs to be that last mile connectivity. If there is no infrastructure on the ground for that last mile, be it fiber or be it the towers or whatever, if there's no last mile infrastructure on the ground to engender that last mile connectivity, it makes rubbish of it all. So can the states also incentivize that kind of deployment such that telecommunication towers are now, it won't cost so much for the telecommunication infrastructure towers to deploy infrastructure. Somebody made mention of cost. I think it was Professor Nightmare made mention of cost. You can only put your infrastructure where you are sure that you will get the requisite income, But again, if the states come up in that regard, it will help. I'll jump into the next point here, which I have, that's protection of infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure. We were quite glad when recently the federal government came up with the Critical National Infrastructure Policy Regulation. That is quite an accomplishment, given the number of years that we've planned for this. Now, taking it further from that is, where does implementation sit in all this? And this ties to connection, because for me, it's more about connection. This made mention of connection. No matter how good your network is, if you don't have the necessary infrastructure to get a network connected to the citizenry, it's almost like floating. So what can we do with regards to implementation to ensure that, for instance, if there will be any road construction, telecommunication companies are informed early enough so that they can reroute their fiber or their network or do something to salvage the situation? That will help with regards to the number of fiber cuts. If only just the time will not permit, but if you look at the number of fiber cuts and the impact it has had on connectivity, it says a lot. Good enough, the 9 mobile guy said he has speak to the policy of service, it has had, the impact on policy of service it has had with regards to fiber cuts. That is one. In terms of vandalization of telecommunication infrastructure, that also gives credence to some of the gaps we are saying. A station whereby a whole site that services a community is vandalized, you realize that that particular community will be put off the map. I will just end by saying that in all, we need the collaboration of all stakeholders across the federal and states for this connectivity of the telecom network to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. About the issue of the infrastructure gap that's affected our digital footprint, that has actually affected the government to citizens service provision. All right, our G2C is actually very poor. All right, and the truth is, if we want to actually have more e-governance consumption by our citizens, we need to look at where our strength is. Okay, our biggest strength today is in the 2G, really. And my thought really for the government people is to think more of applications that consumes 2G. All right, I don't think we have actually adapted any of our solutions in this particular infrastructure. All right, and when they are built, when we have solutions in that regard, it should also be followed by enlightenment of the people on how to consume it. Seeing that this is our biggest strength, 90% coverage is actually a huge thing. It may be in doubt, but it's still the biggest strength. All right. Then another problem we have is, when Mr. Chidi was showing slides showing the map of Nigeria, it was very cute. All right, seeing all the net fibers or north, south, east, west, it looks cute. But the truth is this: the gap between pickup points and pops are very far apart. All right, so it becomes very difficult for the smart providers. All right, so if you're working with last mile providers, okay, it's difficult for them to also come and invest in taking the capacity to the last mile user. Okay, so the truth is that the government has a very big role to play in this. All right, ma'am. Okay. Let's take a look at the rules. government invest in roads, but they do not see connectivity as also a basic infrastructure. So they leave it for the private sector alone. So you invest from the long haul roads, east-west road, Kano Meduguri road, and then you still come and invest state to state, and then come to local government to local government, then you invest in the street, and then you connect my house. Then you don't, you now come and connect state to state and say you're done. Alright? So it doesn't really work like it won't, until we see it as a basic infrastructure, okay, need them and start looking at it beyond just the business of Naira and Kobos of what the ISPs and backbone providers are going to make. Then we're not actually going to see that is the value needed for the citizens, okay? Again, NTC has a big role to play in actually bringing the stakeholders to talk so that we can fine-tune our collaboration and operationability, okay? So we can operate together, all right? So you have to bring everybody together. Look at what the financial industry has done in bringing financial services to the man, okay? The POS person is a bank. That's the truth. They are banks. I pay, I withdraw, I do all sort of transactions in the remote locations or wherever I am without needing to go to the bank. All right. So why couldn't we have smaller ISPs operating in the remotest locations? Okay. So you need to actually make it easier for some of these last mile service providers to gain entry into the industry. All right.
Thank you very much.
The issues that have been raised, most especially with regards to the satellite. Don't forget the National Broadband Plan targets is aimed at both mobile and fixed. I agree with you that there's so much attention has been, on the fixed. However, of recent we have also started looking at the satellite. Starlink, intervention by Starlink, you're aware of that. And then we have also started looking at some satellite solutions that we are also collaborating with states at low cost, 4G and 5G, and some of those solutions that work on future phones. These are some solutions that we are looking at and we are collaborating with states. With regards to the CNI order that has just been approved, because you mentioned it is also, we are also excited at that because we have also been working. ATCON was here. The number of cuts last year, 24,000 cuts. So you can imagine when we sit down and complain about quality of service and quality of experience, these are some of the problems and challenges that we have. And so we're also excited. And you mentioned about having policies and not implementing. We have also already, a committee has been formed in collaboration with Office of the Security Advisor to come up with framework in implementing that policy. So it boils down, and again with regards to the states, I will tell you right of way, of course, is a traditional issue that we've had. But not only Kaduna States, because of the increased engagement and the value we have seen in collaboration, we have 10 states at the moment that have waived right of way to zero. And he just listed some of the benefits that come with that. And that is why we seize the opportunity every forum we get. These are the opportunities that the states, and in reaching the unserved and underserved, the opportunities that we get there is much more than 5,000 naira per linear meter. It's either 145 approved or less than that. We are happy to even have the zero right of way. So that collaboration is very key, as you said. Collaboration between the states to reach the unserved and underserved, and also the industry players is very, very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The eGovernance system if Nigeria wants to implement. We have so many skirmishes, we have so many conflicts of interest when it comes to e-governance. From data processing to data storage to access to data, we have so much as a problem. Let's take an example. You have a situation where you see NIMSI collects data, banks also collect their own data, voters does, I never, what do you call it? Voters ID card is also there, they collect their different data. That's, I'm talking about INEC. We have many other organizations that are come up, even including the states, also collecting their own different data, and you can never see a synchronization of any of this data. So looking at it, let's look at, we always talk about eGovernment international best practices. So we are looking at electronic governance, which focuses on utilizing information communication technology to enhance delivery of government services, improve transparency, and engage citizens in governance. Now, for example, in Estonia, we are talking about Estonia, but Estonia has a population which is less than even Enugu, and maybe that's one of the key things. Maybe they have succeeded, but we will go into things and then realize that we are just giving excuses to ourselves. Now let's look at Estonia. Estonia has the S roadmap platform, which allows them to have a secure data exchange between public and private sector organizations. And the system is user-friendly, available 24/7, and minimize the need of citizens to visit government offices physically. We have South Korea, which has a eGovernment system that emphasizes on accessibility, ensuring that all platforms are designed for easy applications, and even gives access to people with disability and even people in rural areas. Then we look at another focus, interoperability and data sharing, which we use example of Singapore's Smart Nation initiative, which promotes interoperability between different government systems, enabling data-driven decision-making, especially in urban planning and healthcare. Then we have the European Union ICA program. And then when we talk about European Union total population has to do with about 449 million. So there is no excuse. But the EU focuses on interoperability frameworks to ensure that various government departments, countries can simply share and utilize data, promote cross-border data services. Interoperability between different IT systems is crucial for integrated public service delivery. Then let's look at digital identification. That's where we come in with the Estonia issue. Now, digital identification, I say, is the basic of e-governance system. Digital identification is the basics of e-governance system. So Estonia has the digital system for all citizens. Now this allows for online identification, document signing electronically, access to government services without having to visit any physical office. Then we have the India Aadhaar project, which is the world's largest. Now, if we talk about India and they have digital identification, their population is about 1.4 billion. 1.4 billion. And as I speak with you, about 95% of the India's population is already enrolled in this platform. It's already enrolled in this platform. So, and this gives access to what? Welfare programs. We're talking about empowerment initiative of Nigeria, which the population is estimated at 230 million. And today, social welfare programs go on without we knowing even the people who receive those social welfare interventions. So if we have digital identification, some of these things will not, but India has shown us the way that if we can have a digital identification system that has over a population of, or a data set of about 1.3 billion, then Nigeria has no excuse of running such a data system. Then let's look at open data and transparency. In the US promotes open data initiatives, which they have data.gov, which you can access government data and encourage transparency, innovation, and then the creation of citizen-facing services. Then we have New Zealand. New Zealand has the same system. Has the same system like the US, also allows citizens to access data sets across multiple government agencies. Now let's talk about cybersecurity and privacy protection. Israel and Germany are leading the way of cybersecurity and privacy protection. Some few weeks ago, I had an allegation against the NIMC about selling out the data of Nigerians to private individuals, and they came to ban that. But the question here is that, are we protecting the data of Nigerians, the ones we have in place, or we are doing something different? So this is where the Nigerian Data Protection Law or the Act should come in place to enforce a lot of data privacy and protection. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity, I know Nigeria is doing well, but globally, when we talk about cybersecurity, we don't even mention Nigeria because of issues of fraud and all that. And even within the African continent, everybody sees Nigeria, but we need to do something different. We need to do something different. So the Nigerian cybersecurity and other infrastructure that we need to put in place, the Nigerian government needs to do that. Then let's talk about the multi-channel service delivery, where we use Australia and Denmark as example. Now they offers government services via a variety of channels, including mobile applications, websites, phone services, and ensuring inclusivity of citizens with different access needs. Now this is something that we can do, that even with a smartphone, you can have government services or access government services. Now look at the situation with NIMC. Before I registered for NIMC 3 times in Nigeria, any time I registered, they said, oh, the first one could not capture again. Oh, the last time I heard that, oh, they've deleted your data, come and capture again and all that. This is frustrating. In Denmark, you can just sit in the comfort of your home and just with your mobile phone, register for any government services or register with just your unique ID. So far as we are talking about digital identification and the basic, you can register with you can also take your biometrics even on your phone. But this is something not happening in Nigeria, which we need to look at. Then let's talk about cloud computing and digital infrastructure. I know we have talked so much about digital infrastructure. We have talked about 5G, this and other, but we said that what is very important, or what I'm trying to emphasize here, is that we need to go satellite. We need to go satellite. For every Nigerian to be able to access digital services by the government, then Nigeria needs to go satellite. And Nigeria has the resources to do that. So we should not give an excuse of that. United Arab Emirates uses cloud computing extensively in its smart government initiative to increase efficiency and reduce costs in public service delivery. Let's look at the issue of citizenship participation or citizen participation and engagement. Finland and Iceland are examples in this, and Finland has been a world leader in involving citizens in decision making through online platforms and allows people to participate in policy discussions and propose ideas for national projects. The same thing happens in Iceland. Even citizens have to participate in budgets, direct citizenship input in policy development and all that. And they've created platforms for this.
If you look at the case of Estonia, one of the 4 of the objectives that they had, one was about digital first, so they had a commitment to making everything digitalized. That was the first objective. Of course, they also had a commitment to building frameworks, best practices. Also, a commitment to bridging the digital divide. And lastly, they had the intention to have a well-connected ecosystem. These were some of their commitments, and they had best practices to make sure this objective was actually achieved. So this afternoon, our set of panelists is going to be talking about how best practices can be adopted to further support and enhance e-governance, considering their different subsectors in which they operate in. So I'm just going to leave the floor open, and I want our panelists to really talk about their own views, share their views regarding how best practices can actually be adopted to further enhance e-governance in Nigeria. Thank you. So I'll start from Dr. Dima, and then I'll go around across all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good that I'm just next to you. so that I can take mine and then we'll look forward to other things. Yes. Okay, so adopting best practices. We know that if for any reason you adopt a practice elsewhere without really analyzing your local expectations and needs and challenges, I think that best practice will fail. So my approach will be, we can pick certain things for the best practice and plow them into your local circumstances, so that once you go, you may shift slightly from where what others have done, but addressing your own peculiar needs. That is the only time best practice can work. In my earlier presentation during the keynote, I talked about NIDA leading in the regulation of most of what we've discussed here, aside of infrastructure, which lies with NCC and all that. Now, talking about interoperability, NIDA, through the ecosystem, formulated a policy on the Nigeria eGovernment interoperability framework. We also, through areas like interoperability, which we call the enterprise architecture, which of course, Denmark that we mentioned had an infrastructure architecture for the whole country. We also have one here. But if you look closely, the implementation of ours has been a little bit questionable. The reason being that a number of people tend to be in that tough, and also the follow-up based on assessing where it is and then reviewing and all that has not been effectively utilized. So it's a proposal. My agency, NIDA, is working on it. We've looked at quite a number of policies that we have, in collaboration with the ecosystem, formulated, but they are not having the desired impact. So, how do we do it? We need to reach out, find out where the problems are, whether it is difficult to implement, whether individually applying what we have brought out in a policy is difficult in understanding, and then the peculiar situations of agencies, particularly funding, also becomes a problem. There's a policy out there now for you to fund, and apply it in your own agency becomes a problem. Because one, most of our lead agencies do not have these eGovernment vision clearly stated and imbibed. That is a key challenge. The countries that refer us to there have been that focus from government. There have been that focus and seeing through that focus from step to step, one after the other, one government after the other. They key those things critically into the main fabric, which I think we're lacking here. Each government that comes in, we want to do its own thing and all that. So how do we address this? I think our overall governance system needs to change. And when we have that leader who comes in to say, this is what I want, on paper, we've written so many things. Even this current government, I mentioned Pillar 8, 5 pillars of my ministry, and then 8 pillars of my department, and all those things are written there. This is what I want to do. What do we actually put them to use? That has really challenged. So if we are able to get there and then enshrine these things in such a way that incoming leaders will not push them away, then it will be critical and will make progress and success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's go straight to Mr. Yeripo. I mean, you're an infrastructure provider, you also operate a data center. You definitely deal with best practices to make sure this things work. What would be your views about adopting these best practices to further enhance e-governance in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you, Shep. And I completely agree with you, sir. You picked so many points from my discussion point. But I think first is about changing the narrative a little bit. You know, we've said so much about e-government, and I think the lead speaker spoke extensively about that. But we are trying to situate it a little bit to a government problem. And I think it's that change of narrative that will bring about the expansion that we're looking at. I call it the chicken and egg situation. It's not so much about e-government. It's about economic development and nation building. And that's likely because if we don't hit a particular milestone on e-government, then there's no way we can increase that pipe to do what we need to do. And I'll explain to you how that works. So you see, globally today, the categorization of nations into whether advanced, emerging nations, or frontiers is largely based on certain parameters and economic indices, like the per capita income, the export base, or the integration of these nations into their financial sector, into the global financial space. And this has been for a long time and it continues to be. However, if you check, there's a pattern that we're beginning to see. There's a new matrix that is coming into that mix, where the strength and the growth of nations and viable industries, both in advanced economy and in emerging economy, are beginning to tally with their appetite for technology and digital innovation consumption. So if you check that graph, which time will permit me to show today, and you see the growth of this nation economically, check the same growth in their appetite for digital innovation, then see them going in the same direction. Ultimately, this has been powered by e-government. A lot of these innovation, a lot of this economic growth in most of these nations has largely been powered by e-government. The use of technological tools by this nation to be able to improve the life of the people, to deliver services to the people, encouraging active citizen participation, even in the decision-making process, whereby government can now suddenly become more transparent, more accessible, reliable, and of course credible. So until we start to see it in a very different way, I think we're going to situate it to a particular class within the society, hoping that they will deal with it. And I think it's about time the private sector also see this as a national issue where we have to step up into this space. But to your question directly on the best practices, we've seen some very fantastic models deployed all over the world. And I've had some very interesting use cases and models here also today. But I always like to situate situation appropriately, using the right variables. I mean, you can't compare a country of 100,000 people, or a country of 10, 20 million people, to 2 million and 150 million people in here with different tribes and interests. So I think it's going to be a copy-fast situation where we find approach and we have models that have worked in different regions and how do we situate it to our environment. And I'll close with this. You see, there are broadly 3 types of nations also that you find in terms of technology deployment. The first, you see nations where governments largely lead innovation and digital push in that nation. So that means the majority of what they are doing is being largely led by the public sector through government. An example is Singapore and United Arab Emirates that they've highlighted in here today. Government follow, then private sector will then follow based on the framework that government has created. You have the other set of nations where private sector is actually leading the creativity and digital innovation. Then you find government institutions, regulators that are struggling to catch up, or they are closely catching up with that initiative, creating regulations and policies at every time just to catch up with the creativity in the private sector and in that ecosystem. And of course, the last part of it are nations that are not doing anything. Where am I going to with this? You see, if you don't understand the dynamics of your own environment, then it's easy for you to say these are the best practices that you should follow. I personally believe it is very situational. And at every time you need to be checking where exactly are we in the milestones that we've set for ourselves. You also need to consider what I call the cultural technology. You see, there are deployment of technology that has worked in Europe. If you bring Nigeria, it's failure even before deployment because of the cultural aspect of certain things in this space. All these variables and dynamics are things that we must consider. But I clearly understand you must bring in models, plug it into different scenarios, considering our own peculiarity, the uniqueness of our people. And at every time you're checking where should I be and what should I be deploying at every point in time. And over time, the same objective that we've achieved over time, we start to recall some of these milestones, and from there, we can have a big push. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wally. E-governance, always something at the back of our minds, data. That's the ultimate. As a data infrastructure company, you've been dealing with people's personal data and also data for organizations. How is in Nigeria? Thank you.
So as you mentioned, yes, Fremly is a data company. We deal with people's data, organizational data, and a big part of that is compliance. So being compliant with the data practices, data policies across the world. So here we're lucky in Nigeria that we have an NDPR, and then LIDA has put that together for us. So we have to be compliant with NDPR. We also go further, being compliant in other global data policies, so GDPR that is globally recognized, accepted, and especially in countries, because we don't only operate here, in countries that don't have data policies of their own. So that is like one major part. It's something that we draw attention to. It's something that we try to stay on top of. So for best practices, that typically is what we do. In addition to that, we also, and I think this is my own personal contribution to this e-governance thing, is apart from looking at it, so I agree with my other panelists here that it's not just a government issue, it's a private sector issue as well. And so far, even in terms of digital adoption in Nigeria, it has largely been driven by the private sector. So it's not going to suddenly, like the public sector is trying, the government is trying, but then at the end of the day, what the government can do is create policies, enforce policies. It's up to the private sector to actually create this infrastructure, create these things that will make digital, e-governance and digital adoption a real thing here. The other countries we've mentioned, for example, so Estonia, UAE, Singapore, these are still government driven by policy. But at the end of the day, in the actual build of these things, it's private sector that comes in. So like it's been mentioned in other panels, it's been mentioned here, there's a lot of collaboration that has to happen. There's a lot of trust that has to be built in terms of Estonia's thing is on exports. So these things are mentioned and known, and if there's trust in the private sector, which I believe generally in Nigeria, people have more trust in the private sector than in the public sector. And the government comes together to say, we are doing this thing with these people that we trust, you can trust us as well. Then it also helps e-governance as we try to build infrastructure that will help the country and will help us achieve like government goals, global goals. English is feeling it today. But I think I've made my points. Yeah, thank you.
Very good one. I was just lying on what my fellow panelists actually said about data privacy. We're actually very, very fortunate in Nigeria. I know it was started by NITDA, but it wasn't an act before. We need to actually be mindful of that until last year, and that's why it's established the NDPA. So now it's not like it's under a law, and they actually check for compliance. So this has actually helped us a lot. So that's what we do. before we embark on any project that actually involves collecting subscribers' data, we do something called DPI, that's data privacy impact analysis. So this is actually done to know the kind of measures that needs to be put in place. And when it comes to security, I know people are so, in this part of the world, don't really trust, should I say, the government, and trust is a major challenge. But when we are speaking about data, I'll try to be very, very brief. So there is the data in transit and data at rest. So what we do is, I know most people actually do data in transit because everybody has actually advanced, has the likes of VPN and the likes. There isn't secure channels to transfer. What about data at rest? It's very, very key. So that's why you need to ensure that even when data is at rest, not just when it is in transit, it is well protected. That's the first one. Then secondly, I like what people have been saying about customization, and that's the challenge that people have. People just taking something from our board and they just slam it. It will never work. We've seen that. So customization is very, very key. And taking everybody to the framework that is the most common in cybersecurity. That is the NIST CSF. If you noticed, this year they just introduced the 2.0. We used to add the 1.0. And the major thing they added, apart from that, is number one, they make sure that there is a, what's it called, there is holistic, that it actually aligns with other best practices. And also, there's something called governance. That's the basic thing. What they're saying is customization. So let's say the way you apply IT security to telecom, I try from the way you apply it in education. So basically what I'm trying to say in essence is, we need to customize your environment. And lastly, before I drop the mic, there's a saying that what cannot be measured cannot be improved. So we need to have clear objective for e-governance. When Mr. Chidi was talking, he was saying, I think we are in between one level and the other. He couldn't actually say this is where we are. So we need to actually have a clear goal, let's say in the next 2 years, in the next 10 years, where they want to be. Currently we're on 144. By the next time we're checking, let's say in the next 2 years, do we want to be on 100? And what are the practical steps that we'll do? And what are the milestones? We should have like time, like the short-term plans, mid-term plans, and long-term plans. And also check for compliance to actually ensure that we are still on track. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mentioned earlier on today is about this aspect of government to citizen. And for everyone here, whether as individuals or as organizations, there's something that we have in mind regarding how our business are actually run, ease of doing business. How would you advise governments to further enhance the use of e-governance to help the subjects concerning subjects concerning ease of doing business by adopting best practices? What would be your views on that? Thank you.
What I would just say first is a lovely question is that what we have, I'll keep on saying it, how much fun that we make out of it. If we are using 2G, the digital operation of that 2G, how much of revenue as a GDP it is. When we are doing full infrastructure, some of it falls on the public sector, some will fall on the private sector. And the private sector will not function if you don't have a very good GDP, integrated GDP. So what we have on ground, we need to monetize it and make ourselves attractive so that we can bring in investment. So I kept some points which will help. The first one is that we have to have a good moral and ethic approach in telecoms, whereby the integrity level needs to be well top-notch. Then the infrastructure audits and bridging the gap must be anticipated. We don't need to be facing issues as it's coming. We should prepare our mind what's supposed to happen. Then cellularization of the infrastructure. Some infrastructures, if for example, if I'm using AIoT, which most of these countries we are talking about are using, there are sensors everywhere, accelerators everywhere, that makes them to optimize the operation of digital value. So if we don't increase the digital value, definitely our economic values will be less and we won't be able to invest in what will need the government to do their duties. Then secondly, and then nextly, the local device manufacturing, we need to start manufacturing some of these sensors so that it can easily available to individuals in your operation, in your business, in your market system. You can easily use those things and improve your proficiency. Then also, we should not forget to retrofit. We need to retrofit what we have. We can't say because we are not meeting up, we just condemn what we have. The one we have,
how do we try and restructure it so that the government can be helped to get the required result? And by doing this, we will have attracted direct investment, because all this requires money, and no country, you can go and check it, funds all these things by their own incomes. The fund have to come externally. So we need to attract more investment into the infrastructural space to accommodate the profitability that we envision. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Akibade. Just my next question to Livingstone. I mean, you're an OEM representative. You work across different jurisdictions. And one thing that I'm sure you must have really worked on is about standards, interoperability, and things like that. How easy would you say it has been adopting best practices to enable seamless engagements across different governments of different nations in pushing your products? Thank you.
Thank you, Shegun, for the question. So, you know, my background is on infrastructure, as I work with the OEM, and we provide broadband connectivity equipment, which most of the ISPs and the telcos use to provide services on their last mile. So talking about standards, it's very simple. As an OEM, which is a global one, we adopt the current standards. So we actually have two types of products. One of them is on will adopt the current standard, especially the one developed by the Institute of the Electrical and Electronics Engineers. You know, they are the ones that have come up with standards, especially the one we know as Wi-Fi, which is the IEEE 802.11 family of standards. So, from what I can see, and the majority of the deployments that have been done across the region, many people actually deploy their last mile using this type of standard, especially the IEEE one. And so, like I said, we have two types. We also have the proprietary ones, which will deliver a capacity. Then in terms of interoperability, since everybody that will be manufacturing equipment, broadband equipment that would work for those standards, it's very easy to interoperate. And again, most of the equipment that we manufacture these days are IP based, so there's no challenge about interoperability.
All right, thank you so much, Livingstone. Please, let's give a round of applause. So my second to last question goes to Prince Will. So you're a marketing consultant, right, and you try to push products. One key thing that is crucial regarding eGovernment is about adoption. People need to be aware of this drive. How well can you advise the government to drive awareness of this strategy towards e-governance using digital marketing? Thank you.
Good question. So I'm just going to talk about one of the, perhaps one of the challenges we are facing in the marketing industry regarding e-governance. And that has to do with, will I say, regulation and approval of advertising materials, right? There's a certain government parastatal that is in charge of reviewing and approving marketing materials, ads, and that has now also included digital platforms, right? And with the current process, it's actually like really slow and tedious. And with the government agencies' insistence on now regulating digital advertising, right, which is a lot more voluminous, and it has made the process even slower because the parastatal is trying to do it through a very manual process, and it's sort of, will I say, stifling innovation and creativity, being that
you have to start to apply for approval for most of your digital materials, and the process is still manual, right? So the government needs to start building digital infrastructures that is going to enable faster approval and ease process of these things, right? So in other countries, there are digital platforms which you can use to file your taxes, do most of the government, apply for most of the government facilities, right, through digital platforms. So government basically has to start building more digital platforms to enable these things and use digital tools like AI and cloud infrastructure, right? So for these digital platforms that we use to advertise, they also have approval process, because in order to prevent wrong type of marketing and advertising materials to go out, and those processes themselves are not manual process, right? They are powered by cloud platforms and artificial intelligence, so that those platforms can easily review your marketing material, right? And I think one of the things, just to piggyback on one of the things Mr. said during our own talk, I think the government needs to partner with private sector in order to bolster e-governance, right? Because typically technology is driven a lot more by private sector. Most of these big technologies that enable global technology were all driven by private companies, be it cloud technology, OEM technology, artificial intelligence. They all started through private sectors. I think the government should work more with private sector in order to hasten and build more effective digital governance. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chris Will. Round of applause, please. Just to recap what we have said so far, we see that the practice of having best practice is actually very crucial to the success of e-governance for any nation, particularly when it comes to citizens' engagement. But no e-governance strategy is available without these challenges. I guess all what we have actually done today is to make sure we're able to make suggestions and see how this can actually be articulated and shared to different quarters to make sure all those recommendations are actually implemented. I want to say thank you and well done to the panelists, and thank you for your contributions. Thank you. Just before we go, I don't know if there's any questions from anyone.
Only speakers. Sorry, I think they will sound your head. They will sound you just for your life. What do you like, sir? Is it a fish or chicken? It's fish. I'm not A lot has been discussed and said initially, ranging from access to technology, the infrastructure parts, to the requirements, to digital banking, healthcare, and other range of what people expect technology to be able to do. I heard that there's references that have been made about Estonia, and then Estonia is just like they could do 2 million. But to me, I feel that you set your standard. What do you want your good to look like? The gap between our achievements and Estonia is a challenge. And that challenge, we must be able to draw a roadmap on how we are going to achieve it. And I think it's an opportunity for anybody to look at it and say, this is where I want to be to. It might be a roadmap of 2, 3 years, 4 years, but I think we should set the standard and set the standard very high. Estonia, Singapore, those are the people we want to be like. And those are the people we are looking up to. So to do a deep dive into this, I'll be giving it to our lead people presenter, Mr. Waliabu, so that he can espouse and give background to what we're going to discuss. Thank you.
And before that, way back the first revolution, industrial revolution, where we had stuff that changed the kind of professions we have, from mainly agrarian to these different, we have steam engines and co. Now, if you know, some people here are big data scientists, they'll tell you that you always look at how you deviate from the mean. In Nigeria, we're still talking about borders. Some villages are still fighting the next one about where the land boundary is. That happened in 1765, way before then. Countries like France and Co, they've had their borders locked in since. Their maps have been there since 12th century. Nigeria's map is being redrawn every day. Sometimes local governments have been formed that were not existing before. Some people are still agitating today for new borders. So you can see that we still have some basic issues. We have not sorted out land. When you're talking about land, latitude and longitude have been there since. Land does not move. So if we have not mapped our land, we have not, that's what other countries succeeded in doing in the first industrial revolution. We haven't done it yet, so keep that in mind. Second, when you're talking about mass production, we know how many factories exist in Nigeria today. We're talking about electrification. We know where we are when we're talking about electrification. Keep that in mind. Then you talk about digital manufacturing, electronics, information technology. In fact, I think because of the GSM revolution, we were able to leapfrog this challenge 20 years ago, which is why we're even here. But we always seem to forget that technology sits on top of electrification and sits upon property rights, which is why we keep talking today about critical national infrastructure. you don't need to, we shouldn't be talking about that today if it has been sorted out. If you own land, you should know that you own this land. You don't need to be changing land. I mean, some of you have bought land here in Lagos and you know what's happening to that. If you're in the tower space, you know how hard it is for you to secure land. If you're trying to lay fiber, you know all the issues. Those issues are first revolution issues. So I just want to situate our position in this journey. So move on. Now, you've got a technology revolution. You've got society changing, transformation happening, the way people are interacting with one another, and business models changing. For example, you have platform businesses now. You have people like Uber, Airbnb, Amazon. You can set up a company without owning any infrastructure yourself. So all these three things are characteristics of the fourth industrial revolution. And that is driving people's expectation of government. We've talked about this, a lot of the earlier panels have talked about accountability, transparency, honor, ethical practices by the people who are supposed to represent us. When you're talking about parliament, you're talking about representation, legislation, and oversight. What exactly does this mean? I'll put it in a small framework. You can use technology to drive anything. For the university, which one should be prioritized? While it's important, you have limited capital. You can't be all things to all men. So you need to prioritize. These are the areas you should prioritize using the teach model. Technology should drive education, because without education, none of you will be here. This discussion we're having, you can't have it in my village with people who don't even know what we're talking about. So the first thing is education. Let's first understand that that is the first development driver. Somebody talked about HDI. HDI is about education and some other things. Food, agric. If you can't, some people are still out there, nobody skipped lunch, you know? If you haven't eaten, you can't start talking about technology. We are biological human beings. The clock is ticking. If you have not had breakfast, you have not had lunch, you will not listen to anything we're saying here. You need to fix food. Third, you talk about communication. How do you communicate government initiatives? Some people have also mentioned it here that they didn't know Lagos State was doing so much. I learned a lot from when the Zamfara commissioner came here and Enugu came here. So you are doing these wonderful things. And I'm from Enugu State, I have no idea about what you're doing. So first, you're not communicating enough. And secondly, you're not using technology to communicate what you're doing. Especially when you're communicating to people who don't speak English as a first language. So it's bad enough that you're communicating in a foreign language, because English is foreign to us. It's admittedly it's official language, but you know the literacy levels in the country. You are a government, everything you write is in a language that people have to process and struggle to understand the meaning. How are you communicating? So you need to communicate. And the final one is health. Health is wealth. You know? People, as we speak today, I think infant mortality rate is about 2,000 children per day. So since when we started this conference to this time, this evening, we've lost 2,000 children today. So these are big things that I think if you sort these five things, then you can have the second other things that. And we've mentioned a lot about this in the past. I want to just dwell here for a moment. When you talk about an e-governance framework, what's your web presence? There are many MDAs that still use Gmail.
You know, you're talking to somebody in the office, you want to forward them an email, he says, forward it to me at something at Gmail. Your telecoms, NTA, Nigerian Television Authority, I don't know if there's no one here. NTA is on DSTV. Should be the other way around. NTA is in 37 million homes. And Netflix is 1 million. But because Netflix has sorted itself out platform-wise, NTA is now. You understand? If you want to watch NTA, you go to DSTV to watch NTA. Meanwhile, if you look at it from a demographic perspective, NTA is supposed to be the behemoth. But they've not infused technology into what they're doing. They own white space, they own all kinds of assets. They own assets to all kinds of new masquerade, Hotel the Jordan, God knows all the kind of content they own. But where is it? Is it curated? Is it repeatable? Do they have permanent identifiers? Can you sell them? Anyway, that's not the interaction with citizens. How many government offices can you send an email to? How many forms can you download? You want to get a driver's license. It's digitized, yes, but can you complete the process? Somebody, I think you gave an example, you know, about how you can say you digitize something. How many of them can actually deliver to the end? You download a form, you submit it online, and it's approved, and it works. From JAM to WIRE to everything, we're still doing paper forms. Then, transactions, of course, over the web. That's another area. If you go to Kenya, you want to visit the national park, you can sit down in your hotel room, book, and get into the national park without knowing anybody. Can you come to Nigeria, you want to tour the country, you go to some website and plan your trip. Go to the Donry, go to this place, and somebody will pick you, take you there and bring you back. Government. And you're trying to drive tourism. Integration of services. Here is another big elephant in the room. You have BVN. You have KYC records, you have CAC records, you have international passport, you have driver's license, you've got INEC, got NIMSI, you've got about 10 different databases that have your passport, your thumbprint, your face, etc. And yet, they can't talk to each other. Ideally, once you have an ID, that's your PID, your permanent identifier. Your face is not going to change. Of course, if you looked at my picture, when you see the presentation picture and the reality, there may be some differences, but you're still the same person. You want to get a driver's license, you go to the FRSC, you give them your TIN, you give them your BVN, you give them your NIN, and they still say you should capture. Why? And you spend 4 or 5 hours trying to complete one process, and it's still not done in one day. Move on. What we want from an education perspective, e-learning. We saw this during COVID. You have absolutely no infrastructure to support education in terms of technology. What is happening today? You don't have enough teachers. Meanwhile, the internet is the universal library. All you need is a device that connects to the internet today, and you can learn anything. There, you can get a PhD if you want in any course, free. We're not doing that. That's from a taxation, revenue collection. They are doing very well in this area. Once it's taxation and revenue collection, they have FRS and LRA, they are far ahead of everybody else. They know exactly what, if you pay, in fact they send you reminders. I think they even have a Christmas card, you know. Then I think someone mentioned in passing the national security number. Anybody in the GSM space knows that 112 is not a Nigerian thing. It's programmed into the GSM protocol. If you're setting up a number range as a network, you must reserve 112 for emergency. And it works, it roams across all networks. I.e., if you're on Airtel and you don't have credit, you can dial 112 and it will roam on a 9 mobile or whatever, anywhere. All you need is a back office to receive those calls and respond. We have a security crisis in the country, and the government has not taken the low-hanging fruit, 112. Sometimes I see the police announcing Zamfara State 090123456. They'll give you 37 states with 37 different numbers. And they expect you, when somebody is chasing you with an AK-47, to go and look at that newspaper and call. How do you get to emergency services today? You call a friend. That is what we expect, People's Parliament. We expect a government to have a number that we can reach. 112. If you watch a movie, everybody knows what the American emergency number is, and you're not American. We all know 911. Where's your own 911? It's supposed to be 112. You dial 112 and tell them what's your emergency and they call. NCC has pushed it, governments are doing it in fragments there, but this is an emergency. Pardon the pun. Traffic control. We've been trying to crack traffic in Lagos. For Christ's sake, there are simple boards that can count every car that passes here every time and track it for 20 years. So you have a longitudinal study and you can develop a model and put a bus and know that every 10 minutes a bus will come and it can move 10 people to this point. Then I can tell you that I will be in VI by 5 and I will actually be there. Every advanced community in the world, that's what they do. They'll tell you the next bus is coming in 5 minutes. They didn't just jump there. It's just from simple traffic studies. It's a city. People are going to move. In fact, the biggest issue in a city is all about logistics. Moving people up and down. We're still very chaotic. If I live here, thank God for Google, a company who has integrated this. They're doing their own traffic management, so I can check my map now and can tell you when I'll get there. But the government, even though this thing is no longer proprietary, they have not used it to even plan. Then, of course, health, telemedicine. You have no doctors in our hospitals. You have no nurses. Or if they are there, they are skilled. You have many doctors in one part of the country and you don't have them in another side of the country. Just with communication, at least get me a diagnosis, a high-level one. We are not putting that in place yet. Simple things. Of course, elections, we know what has been happening in terms of people. Other countries are voting. What is in an election? What is really complex about an election that you cannot use electronic voting systems to control? We're spending so much money to queue up. We are risking our lives. We are developing very bad habits around selecting leaders. When technology can just solve it for us, then we will be dealing with higher order issues like hacking and co. But let's save our youth. Every time there's an election in my state, Edo State tomorrow, we're all standing on it. Everybody is scared. What's going to happen? But imagine if you had deployed technology into it, then nobody will be able to mess it up. So some practical examples again. Looking at corruption. There's a formula for corruption. You must have a person involved. You have a process and you put someone there. So there's discretion. You are relying on his moral code. If his mother told him, "Thou shalt not steal." No, you should. Technology is ambivalent. So that traffic, I mentioned it. Water, identity. I think identity is on the. If you don't have identity, you cannot build anything digital. We need to know who you are, where you are, what you do, and this identity should be cross-referenced with even building identity. this should not just be called radicing. Since it has a building approval, it should have maybe BAQ 123, and you can map it immediately with the people here and know exactly where we are. It will solve many issues. And I think I will have to stop here because there's no point.
Extremely high. We hope we have answers that will be able to justify this. We expect that technology should almost be able to do almost everything for us. I will go straight to Adia. Adia will pick in my first question. In 2019, a survey was done by Nigeria eGovernment Master Plan. And it indicated that more than 55% of Nigeria expects that government should be online. Improving their processes in terms of permits and every other thing. Again, it is always believed that transparency will be better if there are things like e-procurement in government and a whole lot of stuff, and we can cut costs and losses. Anytime I'm doing government bid, we do government bid, and I have to pack a whole pack of super sack for bid, I get annoyed because we do bid and more with MNOs they are not sitting in Nigeria and they are just online and press the button and things happen. What exactly, or what do you think, or what do you think the government can do to pop this trend?
Thank you very much. From the perspective of Oyo State government, His Excellency Governor Sheyi Makinde, who we can call it a digital governor, has done a lot. When he came on board, his developmental agenda was all around technology, and his roadmap, I can say, he focused more on ensuring e-governance. And what he did, because if you don't have the basic infrastructure, you won't be able to achieve anything on e-governance. So that was the main thing he did. He ensured that the state's public service, he bridged the gap, providing a lot of infrastructure in this area, providing systems for the civil servants. Because if they don't have the tool to do whatever they need to do, they won't be able to achieve. And also ensuring laying optic fibers across the state civil service. Because if you don't have internet, what will you do to achieve in the area of e-governance? And we have a lot of platforms in Oyo State. Like now, for the Ministry of Lands, we have CFO online. You can do a lot of chatting. You can do a lot of getting a lot of documents or your transactions online, and even a lot of things now you can do online. Procurement, your focus online. We do a lot of things on procurement online in Oyo State. We might not have gotten there, but at least we have our e-procurement platform that we do. Many other things that we are doing in Oyo State that made us to win a lot of awards from the national, during the National Digital Economic, we have won a lot of awards. The major thing is His Excellency's focus is the business process automation that we're doing now. And we're almost there. By the end of this month, we'll be able to get there. We'll be able to launch the digitalization of the state civil service and also the business process automation, so that the era of piling of files to get approvals from His Excellency will be something of the past. And I'm sure in this we have the civil servants. We are training a lot of civil servants to align with this. We know it's not going to be an easy task. So we have our champions across all the MDAs to ensure that they align with the e-governance ideas of His Excellency and ensure that it's going to be a success. So we have a lot of things we're doing, and we're sure that we're going to get there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I was in a forum yesterday where we were discussing a very topical issue, mitigating talent exodus, what we can do to buck the trend and mitigate talent exodus out of Nigeria. At some point, the topic of that discussion changed. And why? Because we find out that it's when you have brain drain, there is brain gain. So we have to have a balanced discussion between brain drain and brain gain. My question goes down. The world is a global village. I should be able to stay anywhere and work and achieve whatever I want to do. This question goes to Shay, the entity. What exactly can we do to support and ensure the concept of workforce around digital workforce, around people remote work, can be done right for Nigeria to be able to benefit? We cannot stop people migrate. We cannot stop migration. Migration dated back even right into the Bible. And I guess that's why there is Exodus in the Bible. So, so if that is what it is, then we need to live with it. I think most organizations today is looking at how you can balance it, because you cannot even pay for increment. In our organization, this year we have increased salary twice. As we are increasing salary, FX is changing, fuel is changing. And you just find out that before you pay 1 month, the whole thing has changed. So what can we do to encourage that workforce can work from home and digital access? Shegun, are you there? And they'll say, no, it's the guy in Nigeria, it's not the guy in the US. Because it's frozen. What exactly can we do to meet people's expectations in this line? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So one thing that we can do is that people, things change, and this workforce, things grow, a lot of things changes, they get more skills and they improve their skills. And when these people improve their skills, they expect high pay, high salary, high benefits from big organizations. And when they don't get all these things, that is when they start looking outside for where they can get all these things. And when they get all these things, they don't think twice before they move to all these things. I think one of the things that we can do for organizations can do is to like improve their benefits programs, things that can actually encourage people to actually stay. And this does not really happen in the technology space. It's in the tech space. It's also happening in the health space. We see doctors that actually move from Nigeria. So like I've seen a lot of developers that they complain about what's going on in the organizations. You see a developer that is in the organizations for like 2 years with no with no increase in salary, with no benefits, or maybe tax is not paid, or maybe there is no pension, things like that. So they really want to like look for how they can get all these benefits and making sure that they are also getting what other people are getting. So when they are not getting all these things, they look for how to get it outside. Trust me, if they are workforce like people that are actually getting all these benefits, it will be hard for them to actually leave any organizations. And one other thing that organizations don't do is that they don't actually support their employees. When an employee is being employed, they forget about personal development for the employee. They don't how they can actually improve their skills. And these people go outside to go and pay for courses on how they can actually improve their own skills. So when they improve their own skills, it's on them. The organization does not support them, does not do any other thing. So these are one of the things that we can actually do for organizations to put processes. And for government, I think government should look for how they can actually make things also easier for developers, for tech enthusiasts, and all, because when we look at it, there's a lot of frustration. Then we look at fuel, we look at internet. All these things needs to be affordable. So, like looking at fuel, for example, we don't have lights. Yeah, I won't lie to you. Like there's some people that have stable lights. Yeah, but an average developer does not have the funding to like maybe install a solar system or maybe get like something like that. But when there is enough, when there is fuel, for example, there is internet. I mean, there is power. It will be easier for them to work. Look at a developer that is working from home that does not even have internet access, that is looking for how to get from this West Coast. There's no internet. And one thing that I'm going to do now, I'm going to leave this country to go and look for an environment where there is constant power supply, when there's constant internet access, so I can be able to like work and deliver on my processes. And companies don't also consider all these things because they just feel like, why have we not delivered all these things? Why have we not done these things? But they don't consider all these things that all these developers, tech designers, what they're actually facing, and there's no other support. You just feel like when you are being paid the salary, just figure out and get all these things done. So I feel like there is a lot of things that government needs to do in terms of power, in terms of stable internet access, to be able to like help these people to be able to like help them to like succeed in what they are doing. And one other thing they are doing is that there's not enough skills that they can get, and that's one of the reasons why we are actually like some people are actually getting. They look like they feel like going outside the country to get all these skills is the best place that they can get it. So they feel like going out there to get these skills. So that's one of the things that we are trying to like do to make sure that people that already have skills are able to like improve the skills that we've learned, and people that do not have skills, we are giving them opportunity through the 360 programs to be able to like acquire big skills and to be able to like okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think the position we have today, we have to just make sure we do everything. We'll try. So the next one is going to be 1 minute for us to the next question is going to go to Dr. John. When our lead speaker was talking, he spoke about telemedicine. That's a part that actually resonated a lot too for some of us that come from the rural. Maybe a little bit of statistic. More than the last 5 years, far more than 13,000 doctors has emigrated out of Nigeria. I think. And if we begin to talk about healthcare, maybe our number will go much more bigger. Today, who expects that averagely there should be 1 doctor to 500 people actually in that range? But my beloved country, according to the statistic rate, is about 1 to 6,000. When we are talking about 1 to 6,000, even in the urban area, what happened to primary health care in the rural area? I bet they don't even spell a doctor. Because if you invest on a doctor, you won't let them go and stay there. So we are forced to embrace technology to be able to drive this so that we can still achieve same. What's your concept and what do you think we should be able to do to be able to encourage telemedicine, that those primary health cares, wherever you have access to a doctor and access to the first triage, malaria, typhoid, and be able to solve problems. Just 1 minute, thank you.
One of the benefits of COVID is the fact that during COVID, a lot of people did not have access, couldn't go into a hospital. So people had to do a lot of this via telemedicine. But telemedicine is now thought of as just as a global name for the concept of being able to see a physician remotely. But it goes beyond that. You know, there's remote patient monitoring and things like that, which means you can be in a remote location and get access to care. But one of the things that this does is, we know in a remote area, not everybody has access to a mobile device, not everybody has access to the internet. You know, but how do you actually get this to happen? It gives an opportunity to actually train local community health workers that you can actually improve their capacity to be the point of contact for those locally. So in a healthcare facility, a primary healthcare center, that you don't have a doctor, a nurse, you could train a community health worker to be out there, to have access to this technology, where they can actually go into the community and teach even local folks how to take care of themselves. Prevention is the key. And if you start with preventive health in the communities, you don't tend to get to a place where you need a lot of secondary care and tertiary care. So the health care bill actually starts there. When they don't have access to all of that at that point in time, then you have people getting complications from simple hypertension. They have heart disease, they have strokes, they have diabetes and complications, and this gets even a lot worse and a lot more expensive. So using technology, you can actually train and actually build capacity in the rural areas, you know, and unfortunately we don't have the platform always to be able to do this. So that's where government has to actually enable, you know, technology to get into these rural areas so that we can actually get in there and give care to the people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those days when we graduated from school, the first thing you do is to be looking for Tuesday guideline. You are struggling for Tuesday guide, and every Tuesday when you are lucky it comes out. It comes on Thursday as well. Today, the story has changed. Technology. You hear Brother Shaggy, La CCLN, NCNOPK, and a whole lot. They are in the comfort of their house, YouTube monetize, and they are driving the biggest car. They are making both of us can drive. So what do you think we can do, or what are your expectations that if it is done technology-wise, you'll be able to encourage and embrace this better? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a few things to share based on experience. In this innovative time, in this digital era, life's supposed to be seamless. Everything ought to be easy. You can just be in your house to just make money with your gift and with your talent. Okay, like you said, Brother Shaggy and the rest are in their homes trying to make money and drive big cars. There are ways to go about it. And the last thing you said, I didn't really get that before I continue. You said,
what can we do better?
What can we do better?
That these people don't need to be looking for Tuesday guidance, looking for job, they can create job, by creating content and any other thing that technology.
Okay, everybody can't be creating content, but I would say sensitization. Okay, one thing that I have noticed over time, and from the time we've been having this section, I was able to learn that Enugu State, they're doing eGovernment, they're into electronic governance now. It was a friend of mine that told me that Tech Cabal wrote an article that Edo States are doing also. So I believe that if there's sensitization, there's because we have easy access to information in this current time with social media. I believe if there's sensitization and there's more of maybe trainings and maybe using platforms like, okay, maybe instead of using bloggers to trend for political gains, we can use those to educate our people to also maybe make money with their talent and their gifts. So, like I said earlier, everybody cannot make money from the comfort of their homes, because we have some specific skills that you can use to make money from the comfort of your home. Okay, let's say like a plumber. A plumber needs, if something needs to be fixed, the plumber needs to get there, to the place to fix it. But okay, let's say if you're an intellectual person, if you're an artist, you can draw, you can write, you can sell your skills online, you can do art promo, you can do art promo, you can also strategically maybe have a committee where you can share your information. So basically, one thing I want to share is this. One way that people can really make money from the comfort of their home is sensitization, giving them, training them, getting, also in working places, they can have coaches, maybe agile coaches to teach them how work should be seamless, how life should be easy. I think that's really fine, thank you.
Most cases directly proportional to number of people. So probably you travel to my village where I have 2G, my 3G is weak, and then I cannot stream, so there's a problem. What exactly are the expectations of either social media manager or content creator to be able to drive their crafts from technology stakeholders that sit in this room?
The evolution of technology has changed the future of work and of course business in the world of today. So there are a lot of expectations that people have. So, and I think my guys actually said a lot in that regard. So now when you're talking about the aspect of internet, I for one, I use almost about 4 SIMs. I'm talking about Airtel, Glow and all of that. It's quite a lot. Just recently, Airtel, I think before yesterday, Airtel had like a 1 hour, 2 hours downturn. Now, you can't tell your client that I was not online to post. They've already paid you for it. So now, you have to switch to another network in order to be able to access the internet. That is one of the challenges that we are having, for people to be able to access the internet. Because you have to do your work, because they paid you for it. So it's a little bit challenging. And I feel like in the world that we are today, I really wish that the government can start putting a lot of digital skills in education today. I'm talking about undergraduate levels. I wish that a lot of things that I've known back in my school days, I've known them beforehand. A lot of things have changed. 10 to 9 years ago, a lot of people did not know about the evolution of technology. They didn't know about the evolution of social media management. But now people are using it to make money. We need to start introducing it in schools so that they can start putting it into use. So these are the things that government needs to do. Right now, I had my department, Faculty of Management Science, my lecturer just had to reach out to me and was like, Kenny, I really want us to start doing digital marketing because the world is changing. Everybody is on the internet. We are talking about 6G, 4 to 5G, we are still confused, not talk of 6G. So the fact about it is that we need to start taking advantage. We have a lot of amazing, talented, gifted Nigerians, but we need to start taking advantage of them right now while they are in the university. So, and now he's trying to incorporate digital marketing as a course. He has submitted it. I don't know if it will ever be approved. Because a lot of our universities today, inclusive of state or private, a lot of them don't take a lot of this. They don't do digital marketing as a course. No UI, UX, no web analytics, nothing. And the fact about it is that I post a lot of job vacancy. I have a digital job group. Some of my members are here. We have a lot of digital groups. Nobody to fill those roles. Private organizations will be looking for 2 to 5 years experience. Where would you find it if you don't hire them to fit into those roles? So these are a lot of the challenges that we are having. Thank you.
Just give it to the next person. What's the name? Chukwunele, your question is going to be quite short. I think we can't do much. But your question is going to go to innovation actually. There's a lot said about different platforms, telemedicine, and what our expectations are. Do you think we've done justice to innovation enough as a country? And what do you think are the ambition and what we can do?
All right, thank you. I think we were doing well for now. This particular conference is privately organized, and the government also organized this conference. I would have advised that secondary schools students and tertiary school students should be here, because it's important that they hear how their future is going to look like, or how their life is going to look like. Most people here have one thing in common, and that's called experience. But these people are very naive, and if you notice in Nigeria, experience, I think most of the ideas we've shared here might not see the light of the day, because Nigeria have taught us, but I think Obama called it the blessedness of naivety. And so you believe anything, and you see the ideas here, they can run with it, and they can develop it. And in their innovation, I will say it in 2 ways. I think we should also behave like children today. Behave like children in the sense that the light turned on now, we can go with it, run with it, and start creating whatever idea we picked from this conference, or from this summit, implementing it in the market, despite the fact that we've been taught broadly by the Nigerian government or whatever. And that will help us create the future, the right future that we deserve for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to cap this up, sir, the 3 A's: affordability, accessibility, and availability. 99.1% seems to be a mirage. I don't know what you think about this, but then I think these are one of the major problems why a lot that overlay it and not happening. Just in half a minute, how do you cap this one? Thank you, sir.
Of the 3 A's, is affordability that's the biggest problem, because of the GDP, of the earning potential. We have 600 million covered population in Africa, and there are areas where 65% of the people covered are not connected to the internet, because you need a device. So if you can put a tower there, you can put fiber there, but they need a phone. They need maybe even the cheapest 3G phone is beyond the reach of many Africans in the rural area. Secondly, for you to use a phone, you need to charge it. If you come from some villages here, you find out that most of our distribution companies have not supplied power to villages for months. How do they charge their power? I mean, you've seen what's happening with electricity tariffs, you've seen what's happening with petrol, you've seen what's happening with all that. So it's far beyond just coverage. I think affordability for us is the biggest of the 3 A's.
And thank you very much. As I said, where we are starting.
Condition to make sure that we participate in this kind of assignment. And this is not the first time I'm doing it, even when we have the presidential committee on the fiscal policy and tax reform at Charity Hotel. I was actually supposed to go back for my listing at UBTH, but I have to come there because we cannot, as Nigerians, be complaining that things are not working. We expect everything from the president or our leaders without taking the steps. So being able to remain here now is part of solving the solution. And like the last rapporteur have said, you can see that I am the president of Crypto Economic Institute of Africa. The reason for that is because we have to intervene on the emerging technology issues that we have in Nigeria. Many of the issues people have talked about, from primary school to secondary school to universities, even our professors, we need to do a whole lot of things. Our current university will not be able to do it, so there must be a way in which we have to intervene. So that is why some of these things are taken there. And the objective of this particular topic that have been grouped together, which is very, very important, because when I was invited to be a financial, I was trying to look at which of the two that I should participate in. But now the two are going together. And the truth of the matter is that the two have to be together because we are talking about infrastructure here. And a lot of us don't know what infrastructure means, because when we talk about infrastructure, we look at physical things. Infrastructure implies people, processes, procedures, and physical and non-physical things, policies, etc. So in terms of fintech, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of CNI, which is critical national infrastructure, they are all related. And luckily enough, we must be able to see that Nigeria has made a lot of progress, but this progress needs to be communicated to Nigerians.
Conversation about what exactly in fact, my one lady did most of it, right? What the what is, what are the things that we need to work on, what are the things we don't have. What I'm going to attempt to do is maybe give a little glimpse at some idea of what a how would be, how to resolve some of these issues, looking from the policy perspective into the infrastructure perspective. So, first off, the topic that I was given was very interesting to me. Digital transformation. I'll give you a thumbs up. Digital transformation, fintech, identity management. That's fair enough. Communication, financial inclusion, and data protection. Also very important things. As a fundamental human right. And that's where it goes off the rail for me. The development in Africa, technology is one of the ways that we'll get there. Financial inclusion is important, but I think some of the things that Mr. Abu said come way before that. So we have to look at, most of us who have been in tech for a long time, I won't age myself, we look at tech as a stack. There are things that become before things. A lot of times we find ourselves talking about things that don't have the foundation yet. And you're wondering, where's the root for this tree? This is never going to be a fruit here. So, first slide. So, to do some honor to the topic I was given, I'll state some obvious. Identity is foundational, right? Financial services rely on trusted digital identity. We all know this, so I'm just stating the obvious now. Identity management is key to secure transactions. So I believe my job was to set the tone for the panel when they arrive. Without digital identity, fintech innovation is limited. Now, that last point, sort of speaks to the TAM problem, right? So we have a total addressable market problem, which is due to digital inclusion and digital literacy. How many people have phones and actually do transactions on their phones? So the market is limited to, I'm sure those that know the numbers, it's not 200 million. It's a lot smaller market. So ultimately, we get these presentations from startups and they put this 200 million number, but the number may be 10% of that, of people that actually can do transactions on their phone. And then, we go with the identity numbers as well from NIMSI. Next slide, please. So, here's the part where all of Africa is missing out. So people become data. That's why Facebook exists, that's why Twitter exists. You know, in the digital age, people are represented by their data. Personal data is what should, I wouldn't say it does now, what should drive fintech. Ultimately, the idea that you're about to buy a car, the fintech should send you a message that we have products for that. You know, the more our lives rely on digital data, the more critical data becomes. Okay, so we must protect people because data. We must, yes, better. We must protect data, right? Because data is essentially people. Every data set represents people. So this is the part where it's really fundamental, right? Because if we're not protecting data, we've had a few data leakages globally, it's a global thing, but we've had our own version in Nigeria. It's critical that we do protect data. Data protection is human protection. Securing digital identities and cyber threats are all very important. So, what's the issue? Digital inclusion and digital literacy. Now, somebody mentioned earlier, this is one of the things when you go last, you hear a lot of the things that you're thinking said earlier, and it's great. You know, when we think of digital literacy, what exactly is the problem? Is it that they can't read English or write English, or they can't read Hausa or write in Hausa, right? So it becomes a case of how do we use technology to skip some of these stages? So something that's a bit controversial would be, do people need to read to get a passport? Right? Because what's happening now is a lot of development. The part that's really a fundamental human right is development. What you will find in a lot of development projects is that they may come to say, when I say they, I mean development partners, they come to say, we want to give everybody a passport. But then they will end up building schools. And if schools will fail, then the passport project will never happen. Because digital literacy continues to be a problem, right? Digital inclusion and digital literacy continues to be a problem. And we have to, as Africa, need to start finding solutions that skips those issues of what exactly is digital literacy. Is it a case of you can't read in English, or is it a case that you can't comprehend in any language? Right? So, this is my attempt at explaining how we can solve the problem. So today we've heard the country of Estonia mentioned a bunch of times, Singapore, and a few other countries that are either too small to compare to, or just the right size to compare to and inspire us to do better. It doesn't really matter, right? Ultimately, what we need to ask ourselves is, when we say digital transformation, which digital transformation are we in when it comes to development, right? So if digital transformation was a 10-stage process, where is Nigeria? And then, my brother, they said too, industry globally that survives or exists without government or policy support or policy to start, it doesn't exist. Next slide. Okay, so this is just speaking to an approach, basically looking at when you're trying to solve a problem, especially in digital transformation, ecosystem development, you have technology, you have policy, which is the areas you need to look at. Next slide, and I'm off. You have people, and you have the process. Thank you.
Investment and web security. And I'll try and just cover as much as I can cover in the time that has been allocated. Again, my name is Harrison, Dr. Harrison. So I'm sure this is really about this conference, so this will have been seen by now. Infrastructure just refers to those physical digital systems that are the bedrock of which an economy runs, a nation runs. And it could cut across whether mines and steel, power, energy, education, public administration, health. It could cut across everything. And the conversation is correct. You need to designate that this item, this asset has become a critical national infrastructure, which means that when anything happens to it, it has the capacity to distort the life, the safety, the security, or the economy of a nation. So And the key thing is this: if there's a loss of compromise of this infrastructure, there will be detrimental impact on either availability or integrity or delivery of essential services. Significant impact on national security, national defense, or functioning of a state. There are actually things that could happen now. It becomes difficult for a state to function. Then it means that that instrument, that asset, becomes a critical national asset, a critical national infrastructure. And is it important? Yes, it is actually very important, because if you look at our GDP, from you see, from crop production to trade to food, beverage, and tobacco to construction, there are key contributions. And what are those key roles? It serves as the economic backbone, facilitating trade and commerce, supporting essential services, attracting investment, supporting the national security, and again at the bedrock, job creation. What is our current state? In fact, there's an index that has been released out of UK that is putting the country tier 3, which means recognizing that Nigeria is making an effort to improve its cybersecurity response, its cybersecurity position, frameworks, laws, acts. But again, there is still a lot of work. There are about 5 tiers. We've made it to tier 3. The best is a tier 1, which means that that's a certain level of maturity. But again, we are growing. We still have challenges around institutional confusion, insecurity and unrest, and cyber attacks. And I'll speak to a few of them as I go on. So I try to capture here some of the emerging technologies. See, the beauty thing about emerging technologies, it does not wait for maturity. What it then means is that if the cloud computing matures, it does not wait whether a country is ready or not adopted. It matures independently. So from computer vision, generative AI, to XR visualization, to blockchain, to open AI. So it's really about a nation recognizing this and positioning themselves to take maximum advantage. That's where the value is. And at the bedrock or at the base is cybersecurity, cyber attack, cyber threat, or cyber-oriented cyber that can impact or impede the capacity to unlock the values inherent in those capabilities that are generally being available. So why is cybersecurity important? Again, I think probably we talked about around the summit. We continue to witness as we speak over the last 2 weeks, yesterday, impact of cybersecurity, impact of cyber attacks, and cutting across different gears. In fact, a number of us will probably be hearing what is happening in Lebanon. A number of us have heard, I think it's about 2020 when we had the first death from cyber attacks. So it means that the cyber conversation we are having is no longer about DDoS attack, it's no longer about ransomware attack, it's getting into the biosphere where human beings are now directly being attacked as primary targets, not even as secondary targets. So we need to now begin to realize that this is far more important. It has become moved from what is important and what is vital. And there are common ones we know. There are some where the business email compromise, the account takeover, the data leakages, and the social media phishing. And there are case studies that we know. Yes, we know. Sometime this year we had this at 3 courts. You know what happened? That was in April. Then almost everything went berserk. People couldn't transact. People couldn't do transactions. People couldn't book medical sessions. There are so many things that just got disrupted. And then people now realized, wait a minute, if undersea cable go this level of force for us, why is it not designated as critical national infrastructure? So that's the question that the chair of the panel had already spoken to. And then there's another case study, which is the Colonial Pipeline, which a number of us may know, happened in May 2021. And again, ransomware attack crippled their entire nation, the entire zone of the nation. So this is what I'm saying, that now we are need to become far more than aware to get to the level where we begin to take a very calculated response to understanding what those national infrastructures are and then doing things about it. And then going to be challenges, yes. there will be challenges. Either challenges in infrastructure security, political instability, terrorism and insurgents. Yes, you have cases where BTSs, BSCs are getting blown up. People are not able to make calls. Rapid urbanization is also key. Training and education. Education is really very key. In fact, we could say that of education is really very, it should be considered. I mean, the education sector should also be considered as a critical sector to any economy that is willing to push forward. Corruption, climate change, cross-border challenges, outdated infrastructure. Because then, if you have an outdated infrastructure, it becomes more difficult to unlock the new technology. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities, skilled workforce, another key factor that is a major challenge. Then limited public awareness. Because today, I'm surprised, there are still people that engage them, they feel that cybersecurity, cyber attack, technology, digital transformation are not really as real as they are being positioned to be. So really you have people that are saying, which one we say commonly, that before you use people to transform your system, you need to try to transform the people first, so that in a ready state to provide the necessary support. How do we strengthen the security of CNI? First, we need to know the assets. We need to know the vulnerability those assets are exposed to. We need to know the threats against those assets. We need to know the dependencies that we have. Then we need to know who and who, which is the people issue, who and who can impact that damage. And that will come in terms of public-private partnership, using collaboration, using consolidation, using co-creation, using competition, concatenation, or sharing. These are different ways people can partner to be able to provide necessary responses to address the issues that we are discussing today. And this are being done already. I think I will share this slide so I need to move quicker. Then, national cybersecurity is so we're talking about what are the other things that the government has also done. So you look at the national cybersecurity strategies for CNI. So look at the pillars, which is strengthen the cybersecurity, foster protection, enhance cybersecurity incident management. Really, because in cybersecurity, you need to position yourself that you can anticipate, you can withstand, you can evolve, and you can recover. That's very resilience. And in our own way, we say, okay, we need to secure it by design and sustain it by practice. Because cybersecurity is a going concern that you're secure today is no guarantee that you'll be secure in the next nanosecond. There's also risk management approach that our Zoom has also been discussed. Identify the risk, assess it, look at the measures, then mitigate it, and then continuously monitor. Are there things that we can adopt technology today that we can adopt to help us enhance the CNI? Yes, artificial intelligence, biometrics, IoT security, manufacturer user description, quantum safe cryptography, zero trust.
Just a minute, Dr. Maggi.
So then, you cannot do without awareness. And awareness will come in different forms, so we need to get people aware. But I always say it's better to do targeted awareness, because if you give the right information to the wrong person, it's a problem. If you give the wrong information to the right person, it's also a problem. So we need to measure awareness to make sure that we're giving the right awareness to the right audience in the right content and the right context. Then, other things we can do, as in terms of investment, we also talked about investment. Adopt a strategic risk-based approach to CNI investment, yes. Invest in emerging technology with caution. So it's not because another person did it. Accept the risk and the likelihood of exploitation, systematically upgrade. Increase investment in cross-border threat intelligence and invest in comprehensive audits and compliance assessment. Then I will wrap up with recommendations. Invest in law enforcement, cyber capabilities, people, process, and technology. I always say invest in the chain. Invest in the chain, invest in the institution, invest in the person that will do the investigation, invest in the person that will do the prosecution, so that when anything comes, there will be a certain level of knowledge. Just imagine showing up in a court where the judge, where the court team are not aware. So when it happens, it becomes difficult for them to interpret what you're saying. Yeah. So establish synergies and across the cybersecurity ecosystem. Nobody can do it alone. Partnership and co-creation capabilities is key. Strategies to education and awareness. We've talked about, you can't talk about awareness enough, which is I think part of what is being driven here. Rather than deepen international and regional cooperation, it's very key. Harmonize national security instruments. Defending against and responding to cyber crimes, and then robust incident management. Like I always say, how quickly you can detect something is going wrong, and how quickly you can recover and restore with position one organization from another. And it's been said many times that most organizations suffer more from poor incident management rather than the actual incident. Thank you everyone, and I'm happy to hear.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandi. Please, I want you to go back step by step, and the education and the training must start from home and primary school. This is where mothers comes in. And that is where I'm going to advise to them. Take for example, the federal government have done it by passing the Data Protection Act 2020. But what does it mean to Nigeria? Today it means nothing. But our mother have a duty to do. If a child is starting primary 1 and they are asking for his or her name, the child should be able to know that I have a right to ask you why you need my name. If you are not in school or you are not a teacher, the child should not give you a response.
Please, I'd like to ask that it will just be 1 minute. We have just 10 minutes to leave.
No, that's why I say the interest of the people. So that at the end of the day, the purpose of your organizing this event will be well addressed. That's why I'm directing them to set the center stage to know that when we leave feedback here, we will go back home properly. Take for example the
1 minute.
Yeah, the speaker, the lead paper developer, that's why I said go back to this page. Federal government have done a lot of things, but there's something that federal government have not done that compromise a lot of things, which I want you to respond to as speaker. That's why I'm setting when I say make your comment, you know what you want to direct your comment at. I'll give you a typical example. The protection, what we call protection of critical infrastructure by undersea cable, which is law of the sea, stipulates that a government of a country should do a demo. That means the military, the Nigerian port authorities, the Nigerian army, and the Nigerian police should do a demonstration twice in a year to tell anybody, terrorist or whatever, not said actor, that if you go and cut the fiber optic cable, you will be dealt with. And our Navy and the Air Force and the Army and the police need to demonstrate it. That is what the law says, the law of the sea, which was developed for 50 years. The question is our federal government doing it? And why should they not do it? That's a question for you as a terrorist, because if they cut the fiber of Mainone cable, or of Glo1, or of Satiri, then we'll be having the issue.
We have to be out of the hotel by 6:30.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So we have, I want us to now, yes, I want us to comment by starting from the female here.
It's a man, sir.
It's a man, okay. Okay, let us start with, okay, just start from your direction there, so that when it finishes, we have to talk about it. What exactly is the question? Start from the man, so that we'll be coming this way. Because of our time, yes, you talk on the topic they are talking about. You make your comment on the topic that originally supposed to be the speaker on. Thank you. 1 minute.
Okay. All right. I think based on the presentation here, we get to realize that the time management matters, and the people and process are the core problem of the tech today in Nigeria. So when we get together and create this process, to really help that. When it comes to cybersecurity, awareness is the more core factor in the state, even in the federal level, but the cost effective is matters. So there is need for us to collaborate more to see how we can help, not only you, not only me, even at home. It's a viable process that we can communicate with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Wakai Samuel, acting DG of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. what I have deduced from this entire presentation is the fact that government has no business doing business, but government has business creating the right environment for businesses to thrive. Government has business creating the right environment for our policies on infrastructure protection to thrive. The presentation has also emphasized on the fact that investment has to come into the sector, but for investments to come, investors need to be sure that they are confident in the infrastructure they're investing on in Nigeria. PPP, I'm from the private sector, trade, commerce, and business, so I'm talking more from a trade, commerce, and business perspective rather than from an expert perspective on technology. So we need to ensure as much as we can that we continue to communicate the right information, we continue to send out the right body language to attract the kinds of investments we want in the sector. And then the speaker also emphasized on capacity building. You cannot be talking the right things to the wrong people or talking the wrong things to the right people. So critical, improving on capacity building, improving on skill, ensuring that people have the right knowledge at the right time, and that's why platforms like this are set up to, bring together stakeholders from various perspectives, from various sectors in the technology sphere, to talk to people like yourselves and me, to see how we can best move the industry forward. So that's just a summary I've picked from the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just get the question. Religion and culture has been part of the problem we're having in the area of cybersecurity. For example, a lot of people will give their PIN to their husband or to their wife. It's a personal identification number. It does not matter what government or anybody does because you have compromised the process. What do you think we can do to make our partner to respect this procedure? That if you want to send money for your wife, you want to collect, send the money from your account to your wife's account so that your wife or your husband can go and use her ATM card to withdraw the money. Because when you give your personal identification number of your card to your wife, and your wife give it to her daughter, and daughter give it to her trusted boyfriend, and the boyfriend is a hacker, and damage is done, whom do you blame? So how do we deal with this religious? Because it's Nigeria, people will say that well, in our church, husband and wife are one, all those people. That's not what they don't say. Personal identification of whether it's your name or what. So what do you think?
It's about awareness, right? Taking insight from what Oswald, the first president, has said, data protection or data privacy is human protection, okay, because people are data, right? So can't just release people's data anyhow. Today, you have people just, flooding your phone with unsolicited messages, SMS, and all of that. And that can mean difference between life and death for some people if you release very personal information, right? So, e-governance, it requires a lot of process of a lot of data, private data, and government must be responsible. We have to treat this responsibly at government level, at individual level, as well as organization level, in our own day-to-day execution of our responsibilities. In our workplace, we have to be very responsible with people's data, not just expose people's data. People have the right to read without not being read illegally. So we have to be very careful in the way we treat people's data, because it can mean, as I said, difference between life and death for some people, right? And every organization must strive towards being compliant. The provisions of NDPA and NDPR, there was the predecessor, right? The government was magnanimous by signing the NDP 2023 into law. That's President Tinubu, right? So every organization has to comply, right, and make sure that compliance is enforced. Thank you. That's my comment.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The money in my pocket is actually not critical national infrastructure. Yeah. So I'm just going to say, whatever between the husband and wife is their money. They are ready to lose it. That's their problem. That's the first thing. However, I'm more interested in the discussion around our critical national infrastructure, because this question, first of all, is: do we have any critical national infrastructure in Nigeria? Yes. Okay. Yes. Now let me give you an example. How many times this year has a national grid collapsed? Is that a critical national infrastructure? Yes. All right. How many times did it collapse last year? Okay, so ask yourself, if it is really a critical national infrastructure, will you be happy? Will you actually be surviving and it is failing and failing? Now, I'll give you another example. A dam in Maiduguri was breached, the entire Moduguri is flooded. Is that dam a national infrastructure, critical national infrastructure? You say it is. Now, from the records, there's been more than 1 billion naira budget to repair that dam, and it has not been done. And we are saying critical national infrastructure. My point is that we need to get our language clear. What if something is really a critical national infrastructure? You're going to have to fix it from design, because these are all man-made. Man-made things can fail. So from design, you have to design for resilience. Then you have to design for in case it all fails, then what? Give you an example. New Orleans is always inundated all year in, year out. So what have they done? They are creating islands, they're creating areas where they put solar and they put batteries. So when everything fails, people can always come there and congregate. I think I've said enough.
Thank you. We have limited time. Thank you.
Okay, speaking on the FinTech panel, I'm talking about financial inclusion, especially for women. So if you look at the access to credit in general for Nigerians, just about 8% of us have access to credit. And amongst those 8% that have access to credit, about 70% of it is going to men. So what are the infrastructure that we're actually building in order to encourage and to also give access to credit for women? Now let me give you an instance. Many of these women are doing things like Agile and the likes, and if this system is not recorded, they will not be able to be granted credit, right? So how do you then entice them and bring them into the system? Let's look at bank charges, for instance. If I'm putting my money in the bank and I'm getting all these charges and all this maintenance, it's a deterrent, right? So we're looking for how can we encourage, incentivize them to actually come into the system, and how do we create more access to credit. Now, there's also research that states that when money is in the hands of women, we're seeing lots of good. Whenever money is in the hands of women, about 90% of their money goes into household spending, right? So it is for everyone's good when money is in their hands, and we should look for how to include them in areas.
How do you think it should be? Well, that's what to be making comment.
And that's what I'm saying. So you're creating incentives. You're looking for how to digitize the whole adjust system. Based on that, you're looking for how to actually extend credits to them. The whole nation is only servicing 8% of the whole country, and of those 8%, 70% of them are men. So you have to create structures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is it in response to the jingle?
Just make your comment on either the critical national infrastructure or on the first one on identity or web security or...
Okay, let me say about whether partners are spending their money on ATM cards, etc. I think that's issues. And that has to be done in a period of not just 1 month. I would extend it to maybe 2 years. Those are practical contracts that are meaningful to ensure that people understand what they're getting into. Now, in terms of the critical national infrastructure information, by the way, it's not just the infrastructure as well, but it's also the information. This is something we've been pursuing for about 12 years in industry. So we're really happy and glad, first of all, to the current administration led by Bola Tinubu for signing it in. The next thing really is that it doesn't just cover optic fibers or ICT, which is critical, but also the power grid. For instance, I think that you made a great point. The power grid has probably gone down on average once every month in the last year, and it's probably going to get worse. And that's because there's obviously an element that's called maintenance. We don't really have a maintenance culture in Nigeria. Whether it's optic fibers, whether it's the water system. When last have you actually touched a borehole, a pipe-borne tap and drank out of it? So there seems to be a cultural thing where we don't want to maintain things because we believe in new contracts. Develop a new system, new technology, you ignore what's currently been there before. If you look at other advanced societies, they actually maintain old infrastructure, called legacy infrastructure, before they introduce new technology. And it's a bit like what Wale Abu stated. Unless you have those fundamentals built up, then it's pointless bringing in new technology. Finally, on the optic fiber, one of the issues that we have is that yes, you might have the critical national infrastructure gazetted. The issue now is on implementation. Who actually protects
fiber cuts, who actually ensures that the fibers are repaired not at cost to the operators, but is carried by the person who actually cut the fiber.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it's very important because
the guy can speak. We have
the backbone of the industry is based on optic fiber and communication infrastructure. And what we have is that the Nigerian police force are stretched. We need another outfit that can actually do it, but are also well equipped and funded. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, because based on what the discussion have been made, what we make me to direct the question so that you can and commentators or speakers can talk about it. We'll be talking here now. The whole objective of this thing is that when Nigerians are here, they will have something to carry on and to direct. Why is it that government have addressed a lot of things that Nigerians don't want to read? They don't read government policies, they don't read government laws, and therefore we are having the issue that we are having. For example, we have listed a lot of things. The president have declared a lot of infrastructure as national critical infrastructure. How many Nigerians are aware of this, and why are they not aware of this? And when it comes to you, the federal government again have declared autonomy for local government. There is no about cable that goes to the local government that local government does not know about. How come that Nigerians are not able to protect this infrastructure, whether power, whether telecommunications, that pass through their environment? Because without that, the literacy, the education we're talking about, and the educational aspect, because many of the things we're talking about now is there. That is why I want them to respond to.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. But let the chairman just make his closing remark. But no more.
Okay, just since I put it like, so for me, the game changer is collaboration. When the government is enhancing or rolling out policy, what is important that there is awareness around the policy. It's also important that there is stakeholders engagement, so that the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries, they are aware of whatever policy that is being rolled out. In terms of investment, Nigeria has a lot of infrastructural investment where you are comparing investment across Africa. But the key thing that we want to emphasize is that there will be a collaboration between government, the academia, and also the industry.
What I want to add to this is that there should be, the government should clarify gray areas. I feel like, I'm speaking from a marketing and communication perspective. A lot of times when we're marketing, like my company markets technology products, there's a lot of gray areas in communication, policies are not clear and all of that. I understand that companies too, again, they don't read those policies, they're not aware of those policies. But I feel like there's a lot of unclear, inconsistent communication. And I feel like once we're able to clarify this information, strengthen the NIM system, I feel like,
So for a company like ATC Nigeria that aimed to build a connected world and has made an investment of over $2.19 billion on critical infrastructure, building base stations, I think the order has come at the right time, even though we've been expecting it since 2015. I think the next step is how to create awareness. No one's saying how many people know about it. So creation of awareness, and I think it's everybody's job. We have base stations in rural communities. People go to steal lithium batteries and other things and destroy this infrastructure. So I think there's a lot of work to do. We're celebrating the CNI order, but there's a lot of work to do, and I think all the stakeholders should get involved.
Thank you for my own contribution. So from infrastructure aspect, in terms of ensuring that cybersecurity become part of the process, we encourage the government to really move forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to be the last one holding the mic. To be very, very brief, I want to talk about digital rights, as human rights is also digital rights. And we should not forget that digital rights itself is a critical national infrastructure and information, because the area of information is very key. So to wrap it up, collaboration, co-opetition, making awareness is very, very critical at this moment. I'll cite an example in 30 seconds. Within my area, I live in the village. I call myself an international village boy. And in my village, I speak not just the languages I can speak, which is English and Yoruba language. I speak other dialects, which is Hausa, using the Google translator, and someone who actually speak our language. And don't forget, we have the critical sector. That's very important, that should never be left behind. I'm always missing this, but my apology in advance. They are the physically challenged, those who have to use language. The tech that comes into your country, it should be on IPv6, they should be able to use it. We should not be a dumping ground. We have enough intellectuals that can do this. The Internet Society believes that the Internet is open and it has opportunities. We should access the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maria. Thank you all. And the organizers to distribute the lead papers to all participants here, so that the participants can also share it.
To this side, we want to thank all our online viewers all over the world, people that have been on since morning till now. Thank you so very much on behalf of the organizers of this press. See you same time, same venue next year, August.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence at this summit, particularly those of you that have stayed behind. I mean, it shows deep interest in the summit. We appreciate you a lot. We observed and we noticed that the event seems a little bit choked. We apologize. I mean, you made preparation to speak at this event, but you were not allowed. So against next year, we have 3 options. It's either we reduce the number of speakers, or make it 2 days, or make it a parallel session. We are going to decide on that. But for this one, we appreciate you a lot, deeply, and we wish to see you next year. The date is fixed, August next year, this same hall. And you already have the notice, more than about a year notice. So for those who are willing to sponsor, you don't have an excuse. This is the time you are preparing your budget. So put events in your budget against next year. Without your sponsorship, this event will not take place. And for those who have sponsored, we deeply appreciate your sponsorship. Thank you very much. See you next year.
Okay.